Good morning, everyone. This is how you get 200 people quiet. That's good. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you first to all rise for the High Royal Highness Princess Marie of Denmark. Thank you. Your Royal Highness, ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues, and also fellow food waste fighters in the room and also following us digitally on the screen. I wish you very welcome to the Nordic Food Waste Forum today. It's the biggest top meeting on the topic of food waste in the Nordics so far. It will be a very intriguing day where we will put the spotlight on the topic of food loss and waste. My name is Åsa Sandberg. I am the project manager for the summit, and I also will be the moderator for the day. I worked myself with the topic of food waste for 6 years in Sweden, both within food retails and also in the startup world. And I've dedicated my mission to the fight against food loss and waste. Food waste occurs in every step of the food value chain, and therefore it's very important for us to meet in dialogues such as this, to break the silos and also to find solutions to the issue. So this is the biggest ever Nordic push to reduce food loss and waste. It's gathering representatives from every single sector, politicians, businesses, government officials, food retailers, the industry, restaurants and hotels, to just name a few. And the aim for this meeting is to increase the relations and collaborations in the Nordics to speed up the work around food waste. So make sure you use this day, all of you, to network and extend your network within the Nordics. Speak to someone that you haven't been talking to before and spark the dialogue with people from other countries, share learnings and experience with each other. Now, we have a really packed program for you, so I hope that you have, saved spaces in your brains, that you're ready, energized to get inspired. We would like to invite our first speaker on stage. Without further ado, please welcome up on stage Sweden's Minister for Rural Affairs, Peter Kullgren.
Very soon. Your Royal Highness, good start. Your Royal Highness, Princess Marie of Denmark, Minister Jensen, ladies and gentlemen, and all fighters against food loss and waste. Good morning and a warm welcome to Sweden, to Stockholm, and this Nordic Food Waste Summit. It is fantastic to see so many participants here today. It shows that the issue of food waste is pressing and is important. Maybe even more so now in an unstable world with increased food prices, more focus on food security and the climate change. The Nordic countries have a unique collaboration within the Nordic Council, which gives us the opportunity to jointly move towards a more sustainable food system, which also strengthens our global competitiveness. To reduce food waste and loss is a key element for sustainability and competitiveness in our food production. At this event, the Nordic Food Waste Summit, I hope we can give you some new energy to strengthen the Nordic cooperation in this area. By sharing experiences with each other and by learning from each other's progress, we can increase the pace to reach the global goal of halving food waste by 2030. The Nordic Food Waste Summit is hopefully just the beginning of a strong increased Nordic cooperation reduce of food waste. I hope you will have many interesting discussions today and the possibility to make lessons and new perspectives home, to take many lessons and take new perspectives with you home. I look forward to take part in the results of the conference and to discuss with my Nordic colleagues how we can continue and further enhance cooperation in this area. And I will also like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers, the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Swedish Food Agency, who have made this conference possible. And now, it's my pleasure to give the floor and welcome Her Royal Highness Princess Marie of Denmark. The floor is yours.
Sorry, there's a bit of water, so I just don't want to put my... Good morning, everyone. I'll try. Your Excellencies, ministers, and distinguished guests, it's an honor for me to be here in Stockholm and to open the Nordic Food Waste Summit 2023. Food waste is an issue that is very close to my heart. I've been engaged in the work of reducing food loss and waste in Denmark since 2015. And being here in Stockholm and seeing all of you really shows that we finally have wind in our sails. It is a great achievement that this topic is raised at the Nordic level and that the Nordic countries are joining forces to take global responsibility of reducing our food waste seriously. I'm happy to be part of this new Nordic movement that we are starting here today. Fighting food loss and waste is important. We need to act now, and I hope that this summit will be the beginning of increased action and cooperation. Globally, 931 million tons of food are wasted annually. Yet, more than 820 million people still go to bed hungry every night. Those are extreme numbers. And not least given the fact of the challenges we face with climate change and increasing hunger. My engagement in fighting food waste comes from my childhood. My parents always valued our food, and food was treated with respect. Everything was used, and new dishes were invented from leftovers. My parents lived during a very different time that we live in today. Their generation, and especially the generation before them, experienced lack of food during the war, which naturally created a certain respect for food. Today, we are lucky to be less confronted with the lack of food in our part of the world, but we are confronted with climate change and the impact of our lifestyle on our planet. We cannot afford to waste our natural resources and to disrupt our ecosystem. My generation is one of the first generations where the majority has grown up with an abundance of food. We consume too much, we produce too much, and we don't value food the way we should. We have a responsibility as leaders, public figures, experts and businesses to really do what we can to take action for future generations. But we also have a responsibility as parents. I have myself been very keen to include my children to ensure that they learn about food, value food, and are aware of how lucky we are to live in countries where most of us have food on the table, just as my parents taught me. The children are our future. We need to listen to their calls for climate action because they are afraid. And reducing food loss and waste is a very concrete step that we can take here and now. If we are to reach the Sustainable Development Goal of cutting food waste by 50% before 2030, so like 7 years, we need to be very vocal about the transition needed. We need to teach our children about food waste in schools. We need to create the right tools to guide people on how to avoid food waste. We need to talk about it with our friends and colleagues. We need to ensure that everyone is doing their part. And we need you that have joined us today. You are the champions and leaders that can be front runners in this very short and fast race. Fighting food waste is not just a climate issue. It is also an economical and ethical issue. Reducing food waste is also about global equity. I have traveled to some of the poorer countries in the world. I've seen how the smallest resource can mean the difference between life and death. That is something that most of us in the Nordic countries find difficult to understand. But we need to do our best to reduce our impacts on the environment and really value the resources that we are sharing with the less fortunate. And if we are serious about the Sustainable Development Goals and the Nordic vision of becoming the most sustainable region in the world, we need to transform our food systems to become sustainable and produce healthy food for all. We need to change our consumption. We need to adjust our production systems. And we need to reconnect with our food and where and how it is produced. As the invasion of Ukraine is still ongoing, with the devastating effects that it has had, resilience is becoming an even more important topic in the Nordic countries. To stop food waste and learn how to use all the food that we have available are crucial. And I say all that, but I'm not perfect. None of us are. We all waste food. But we really need to do our best to minimize our waste and value what we have. I really hope that this summit will inspire all of you to take action in your respective countries. We all have a role to play, and we all need to act on different levels, and it needs to happen now. Thank you.
A warm thank you to Her Royal Highness and for all the work done shedding a light of the importance of lowering our food loss and waste. We do need to reconnect, and we do need to gain back the respect for food, and we can all do something. So thank you. Our next speaker also comes from our neighboring country. And I would like to welcome up on stage Denmark's Minister of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries, Jacob Jensen. The floor is yours.
Your Royal Highness, Minister Kullgren, ladies and gentlemen, it is my greatest pleasure to be here and attend the first Nordic Food Waste Summit. I have recently passed my first 100 days as Minister of Food, Agriculture and Fishery in Denmark. What a great journey it has been so far. It has been a big revelation for me to meet both voluntary forces and businesses working tirelessly against food waste. I've learned that reduction or reducing food losses and waste is a great opportunity for more than one level. It is a win for our climate, a win for our wallets, and it in the fight against hunger, as well as for business innovation. And we have to see side streams and leftovers in a new light. That is, getting the best out of every single resource and making new products and businesses along the way. One man's trash can indeed be another man's treasure. Every year, we throw away 800,000 tons of eatable food in Denmark. That is tons of missed opportunities. Both Denmark and all our fellow Nordic countries are globally recognized for our innovative food cluster. We have the skills to size missed opportunities of waste food. We can, for example, create vegan egg whites from the water from chickpeas that we normally pour down the drain. Or use the spent grain from beer and whiskey production. It makes for some very tasty flour, crisps, and granola. This makes sense and creates value. However, detecting and exploiting missed opportunities requires cooperation along the entire value chain of food production. This is why we have to work together across the Nordic countries when it comes to reducing food loss and waste. We need to keep sharing experiences and knowledge, and we need to keep feeding innovative minds. In Denmark, many volunteers work passionately to distribute surplus food. I have visited some of the redistribution sites, and I truly admire their efforts and dedication. As politicians, we need to ensure the best possible conditions and regulatory framework for innovatives to flourish and solutions to develop. Rules cannot get in the way. Therefore, we have established a task force with the purpose to look at barriers and obstacles. We need to make it easier for companies to implement reduction initiatives to donate surplus food. Building knowledge and data about food loss is also essential. We know that what gets measured gets managed. Data is the foundation for concrete reduction initiatives and changes of behavior. In Denmark, the think tank 1/3 is coordinating the voluntary reduction agreement Denmark Against Food Waste. Some of our leading food businesses has committed themselves to measure their food waste and to report the data. This makes the business aware of their food waste. They can follow the annual development and change their procedures. Based on data and knowledge, we can implement reduction actions with proven effect. So let us keep momentum and work together to ensure more sustainable production and consumption. And let us keep repeating that reduction and reducing food loss and waste is a multiple win opportunity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Jensen, to share these words with us today. It is really about sharing experience and knowledge, just like what we're doing today, and like Her Royal Highness, Princess Marie, was mentioning, this is the start of a movement today. It is very thrilling and very exciting. We will now enjoy a video greeting from Karen Elleman, Secretary General for the Nordic Council of Ministers, who are one of the main organizers and hosts for this summit. Please enjoy. So I think it's pretty obvious we can't hear anything. So can we just stop the video and play it from the beginning, please, and make sure that we have the sound on.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, it's really a pleasure for me to welcome you to the Nordic Food Waste Summit 2023. Around 3.6 million tons of food is lost or wasted in the Nordic countries each year. Think about that number, 3.6 million tons. It's a major sustainability issue and an economic issue, but it's also an ethical issue. If the global amount of food waste could be represented as its own country, it would actually be the third largest greenhouse gas emitter in the world. So this summit could not have come at a more important time. The Nordic Prime Ministers have agreed on a joint vision. We shall become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world. By 2030, we shall be a green, socially sustainable and competitive region. And today, we are making good on our Prime Minister's vision by bringing you all together to share your experiences, best practices and challenges for joint and increased action continuing from the Nordic Food Waste Summit. The Nordic countries' food production differs in many ways from each other, but for all Nordic countries, it is of key economic importance, and we are tirelessly working together towards greater sustainability. But food loss and waste are signs of something has actually gone wrong. Valuable resources are being thrown out instead of becoming food on our plates and in our stomachs. And at the same time, we are also highly interconnected within the global food systems. We export foods to a range of countries, while we ourselves also consume a lot of foods from all over the world. And what we do here, we need to know that it actually affects people globally and vice versa. But food should not be seen as the problem. I mean, food is key for change, and the transformation to sustainable food systems that provide healthy foods for all will be a necessity for the global goals and for the Nordic vision. Fighting food loss and waste is not just a sustainability issue. It makes economic sense. It saves food from ending in our bins or being discarded. It increases the competitiveness and outputs for our farmers and for our producers. And it lowers the environmental and climate impact from our food production and consumption. But it also plays a part in increasing our resilience that is now a priority for all Nordic countries, particularly after the invasion of Ukraine. We all engage with our food systems every day, from your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner, and this late night snack. And honestly, I love to have leftovers in the fridge. And just because something has been served once does not mean that it has gone bad. Remember that. We all have a role to play. From those small actions in our everyday lives, where we actually trust our taste buds rather than only relying upon the best before label, to the concrete policy changes that will be discussed at the summit here today. So I, for one, look forward to taking part of your discussions and ensure that we take increased Nordic action. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that video greeting. Now, I would like to introduce three people. It's three of the organizers behind this summit to pretty much kick this off. So please join me on stage. Jonathan Eng, project leader from the Nordic Council of Ministers, who will be moderating this session, together with Karin Fritz, project manager for the government mission to reduce food waste from Swedish Food Agency, and Sebastian Hjelm, Director of Food Safety, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. Please take the stage, it says here, but you're already here, so that's great. Take it away.
Thank you. Yes, we're so happy to see so many people that have joined us today. We're people from all the sectors, we are from across our food systems. And we really believe... Can you hear me now? Yeah. And we really believe that this will be a start for a deepened Nordic collaboration. But what many of you in here don't know is that we actually started yesterday, where we gathered Nordic experts from our ministries, from government agencies across the Nordic countries and our self-governing regions. So with Sebastian and Karin, we want to try now to summarize some of the main points that were discussed yesterday. So Sebastian, let me turn to you first. You've been engaged in the Nordic collaboration around food systems for quite many years now. What are your main takeaways from the meeting yesterday?
Good morning, everyone. I think yesterday was great, and it felt like we are really starting again something that we already started 10 years ago with the first Nordic food platform for food loss and waste. It's been quiet for a few years, but I think that yesterday we were all in good agreement on that we should restart this Nordic platform and start working possibly under the leadership of the Nordic Council of Ministers and make this a continuing theme under the Council, but also in all the Nordic countries. And we plan that we will probably have an annual summit after this where we can reconnect every year and see what progress is being made.
And Karin, let me turn to you. You are responsible for the Swedish Government Commission to reduce food loss and waste. And I think for you, this was one of the first engagement with the Nordic Corporation. When you go back to your daily work tomorrow, what do you think, like the discussions yesterday and your new contacts from this summit, how will that be beneficial for your work?
Yeah, it's really clear that we have common challenges and problems in the countries, and we are quite similar, so we can definitely learn from each other, both when it comes to success and mistakes. And we do not have time to reinvent the wheels again and again. We have to share best practices and learn from each other.
But if we look a bit closer at the discussions, what were the common themes that were discussed? What are the common challenges that we stand up front in the Nordic countries?
Yeah. Yesterday we talked about food distribution and the challenges about traceability. We talked about a food waste law that is actually in place in Finland right now, and Norway is looking into this too. And all the other of us are following this with great interest. And of course, the definition of food waste. What is food waste? It's difficult, and we think different between the countries. Some measure the edible parts, and some don't. So measuring is a big challenge, and it's obvious as long as we do not know what we mean in the different countries. Comparing the data is like comparing apples and pears, and that's not fair. So that's three of the main topics we discussed yesterday.
Do you maybe want to fill in here, Sebastian?
Yes. Well, you mentioned the Finnish food law, and I think that's just one of the good examples that we are now trying out. I mean, we have a law now in Finland where it's basically forbidden to throw away food from any kind of food operation if there is somebody willing to take that food from the operator. Similarly, there is other things going on in other Nordic countries, and unless we get together in summits like these, we will not know what the other ones are doing. So this is really, and measurement, just like you said. I mean, we all measure, but if we don't measure the same way, we don't get that feeling of competition between the countries in a positive way where we'll try to outdo each other.
It feels like you have a quite positive view on this and what we should move forward. But Karin, if you look ahead now, when we come back in a year or when we continue discussing on a Nordic level, what are your hopes from after this summit? Where do you think we should go?
Just like everyone else has said, this is definitely an important first step. It is clear that we all want to meet more often. Don't wait 7 years again. And that we want to tighten the Nordic cooperation. And I really, really look forward to being a part of this.
Sebastian, you sit in the Committee of Senior Officials for Food within the Nordic collaboration. What do you think we should discuss at the next meeting? How should we move forward?
Well, I think we have all the ways forward staked out here already, so I think we just need to get down in Copenhagen or wherever we'll meet the next time and just lay down a proper plan for how to go forward. I'm sure that there is certainly the political will among the ministers and in the Council of Ministers to do this, so we just need to formalize all the good plans that we have made yesterday, and maybe we'll do today as well.
Karin, let me ask you one last question. If you could send one comment back then to these meetings that we will have now to discuss this, and if you could visionize a bit what we should see in the future, what do you think we should move forward, and what would that be that you would send to the Nordic Council of Ministers?
Yeah, it's so totally clear from the discussions yesterday that we want this, and we want a joint Nordic action. So that's what I'm expecting me to see if we go 1 year forward, that we have tightened the cooperation between the countries.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really look forward to continuing this work and to see all the numbers of ideas that I also think we'll bring forward here today, not just only from our government officials, but also from other actors that we have in the room. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for a great summary, and it really, it did sound like it was a fruitful discussion, but I also know that it was because I was there. But I really look forward to seeing the actions that comes out of these discussions, and being part of that dialogue yesterday, it almost gave me the goosebumps, to be honest. When we started planning this conference in September, I think it was, well, at least from my point, I didn't picture that scene that was happening yesterday when 40 representatives from all of the Nordic countries were sitting together in one room, really digging deep into the topic of food loss and waste. And when I summarized that meeting in the end, I honestly, to my heart, have never, ever hosted or moderated a session where I had so many people focused for a whole entire day. No one scrolling in their phones, everyone was so engaged. So I'm really thrilled to see where it's going to take us. Now, it's time for a real powerhouse. I hope you're ready. Selina Juul is known for her work around promoting the reduction of food waste, and she founded the consumer movement, Stop Wasting Food. She's written a cookbook amongst many other numerous articles on the subject of food loss and waste. Hold on tight, people. Get ready, for here she comes.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Is working? Good. Your Royal Highness, dear Princess Marie, ministers, ambassadors, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers online. Today we are going to have, when my presentation is working, I hope somebody, no. Today we are going to have a 3-course menu. And we're going to have a lot of food for thought. So nothing should be wasted. For starters, I'm going to tell a little bit about the why. Why is it important to stop wasting food, and what can you gain for it personally? For the main course, I'm going to talk about the 15 years of work of stop wasting food. Now, I cannot squeeze it into 10 minutes, so it's going to be quite intense. And for the dessert, I'm going to talk about the future of the fight against food waste. Where are we going? And where the future is leading. Now, when you stop wasting food, ladies and gentlemen, you solve 4 problems at once. I mean, you don't solve them, but you do help solving those problems, because food waste, it is an economical problem, it is a climate problem, it is a resource problem, it is also an ethical problem. Now, you know, many people, they want to contribute to the fight against climate change, but what can I do personally? Stop wasting food. Because, you know, the fight against food waste, it is your easiest personal contribution to fight climate change. And you know what? You're going to save, you know, you're going to save time. You're going to save money. You're going to save food. And you're also going to save the planet. So it's a win-win-win situation. This is a situation that the fight against food waste doesn't require you to sacrifice anything. That is why it's so cool, because you don't have to sacrifice anything and you will gain so much. United against food waste for 15 years. Oh my God. I've been on the road for 15 years. It is a bottom-up civil society initiative. I started it in 2008. And, well, honestly, you know, I could never imagine that today it has become a huge movement, not only nationally, but internationally. It has become an industry in itself. And it also, you know, I could imagine meeting Al Gore and telling him about stop wasting food, my idol. It's amazing. So basically, you know, why is it being so huge? Because everybody can be involved in that. This is a really initiative that can involve people in taking action. Well, just a little bit about an impact. 126,000 followers on social media. I'm not an influencer. I hate influencers. I'm not an influencer. 200 national and international projects, 254 opinion editorials, 40 books and publications, 200 talks and conferences, 2 TED Talks as well, 10,000 media exposures, and 22 awards and nominations. Basically, I have no life. Because, you know, I was this morning I was in the bus and I was like, okay, next year I'm going to be 44 years old. So basically, I've been using 1/3 of my life on this. Absolutely no life. But I love this because this is so important. Now, I'm going to tell you the news. And this is, you know, you really don't tell anybody. Shh, because this is not out yet. This is our latest Gallup survey. Cantor Public Gallup, they made a Gallup survey for us, and they actually asked the Danes. And the Danes are actually answered that today, 94% of the Danes think that there's more focus on food waste than 15 years ago. 94%. I mean, this is almost the entire Danish population. This is among our impacts. Many impacts, you know, we work with the FAO, they're here today, the European Commission, European Union, Champions 12.3. I mean, we have really a wide collaboration portfolio. We also work with the governments. And our first minister that invited me to the meeting was Troels Lund Poulsen. And he used to be the defense minister and the economy minister. And almost every minister of the food and agriculture, we met with them, collaborated with them since 2009. And I have the honor and privilege to meet your Excellency, Jacob Jensen, in February, looking very much forward to the collaboration. So the Danish government is involved, and it's so good. Now, the retailers. As you might already know, Rema 1000, which is Rema 1000 and region retailer, they have cut all the bulk discount. Buy 3, pay for 2. They don't have it anymore. They already did that 3 months after I started the movement. So the news went viral. Everybody else, every other retailer, they were like laughing at them. They're like, what are they doing? Are they crazy? Don't they want to make money? But today, my friends, they're all copying what the Rema 1000 did, because today the fight against food waste is becoming an industry. An industry like the ugly stuff, for example, ugly vegetables, ugly cucumbers, ugly tomatoes. Back then, they couldn't be sold in the stores because they're too ugly. But I mean, come on, they taste just the same. The farmers, they use just the same resources and love on the ugly ones than the straight ones and the perfect ones. So today, they can be sold in the Danish stores. They're so popular. And the ugly tomato ketchup, it is the ketchup made of ugly tomatoes. I mean, come on, it's ketchup. It doesn't matter if tomatoes are ugly or not ugly. Today, the ugliest ones, they're using in the industry to make new products, just like the ugly spring rolls. People love them. They're sold out. And, well, what we also did, one of our projects is, cafes and restaurants, reintroducing the ReFood label on the 18 members of the cafes and restaurants in Denmark who fight against food waste. We have doggy bags. We also did education for schools. As Your Royal Highness already mentioned, children are the tomorrow's future. It's very important to educate them to stop wasting food, because they're also teaching their parents to stop wasting food. It's quite interesting. And also the surplus food for food insecure people. We really did a lot of work back then. I mean, we started the movement for the surplus food. We did in Roskilde Festival, where we're saving 30 tons of food every year. We also did the Christmas food initiative, like the 23rd of December, where all the supermarkets already, they drown in food because everybody already bought the Christmas food. So now we started, redistributed it to homeless people, to food insecure families. And actually, today a lot of other organizations are copying and doing their work, our work that we did, which is great. So it's become a movement in itself. We also had the free food platform, which connects the food insecure people with the charities, with the food donors, and it's a huge project. It's a huge platform, national and national-wide. It is supported by the Nordic Council Nature and Environment Prize that I won 10 years ago, and it got already 345,000 visits since its launch. Because today the inflation is going on still. A lot of food insecure people need food. This is the tool that helps them to also stop wasting food, but get surplus food. We did a lot of events, nationally, in the Nordic level, internationally, feeding a lot of people throughout the Nordic countries. We are mentioned in a lot of reports and a lot of books on food waste as well, and also in the Vatican. Now, that was cool. When I got the email from the Vatican, I thought it was spam, because no, you cannot get mail from the Vatican? But it was for the Vatican, .va. So I was invited to speak in the Vatican just before the COVID started in the world, and it was so awesome. His Holiness Pope Francis had the conference, and also I contributed with the book on with a chapter in the Pope's book on food waste that was also published, and I also lived in the same house where the Pope was living, so that was so cool. He was eating breakfast. I was like, oh, there's the Pope there. I mean, you cannot just say hi to the Pope, but he was still there, so it was like, oh. Anyway, we have an honor and a privilege to collaborate with Your Royal Highness, Princess Marie of Denmark. And Princess Marie and us, we have contributed and participated to a lot of projects and activities. Activities like cooking for children at your home, like the children's education materials for schools, and many other. You have the WeFood store, which is also one of your patronages, and we did a joint project together. Food with Respect. This is the book that Princess and I did together with the top chefs in Denmark and food personalities. And regarding the Pope, I would say this is the Food Waste Bible. This is the Food Waste Bible because it is not only the recipes from all of us, including Your Royal Highness children, His Highness Prince Henrik and Princess Athena, Prince and Princesses. But this is also the book about, how to store the food, how to cook the food, how to, portion planning. So it's really, I hope one day it could be translated into the Nordic languages. It could be so cool. So, just to start to wrap up about the media exposure, you know, you've seen the TED Talks, you've seen all the media. That was crazy because, you know, BBC was here in Denmark for some couple of years ago and they did a documentary about my work, and it exploded. It exploded online. It got viral. It got 30 million views. And suddenly, you know, New York Times, CNN, Al Jazeera, Reuters, everybody. And you know what? People were like, it was a love storm because people were like saying, wow, why don't we have a Selina here in Brazil or Greenland or South America? And I was like, I cannot travel. I mean, I'm an introvert. I mean, I like staying home, so Teams is a good thing. But this has really inspired people all over the world, still inspiring. Now, my friends, the future. No, I'm not talking about Elon Musk yet, or Twitter. The future. Can the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, on which I am the ambassador of, 12.3, can they be achieved? I would say right now we have a lot of setbacks. We had pandemic, COVID, and this is not the last pandemic, my friends. This is going to be the first one because climate change actually contributes to animals migrating to new places, taking the pathogens with them and zoonotic viruses, and people will get smitten and there will be new pandemics. This is the first pandemic. We have the war criminal Putin, and I hate him. Everybody hates him, hopefully. He really changed the world and still does it. So it is also a major setback. And also we have a climate change. So huge, huge setbacks, but we should not give up. Because you know what? Fight against food waste, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. There's not a magic thing that you can do to stop all food loss and waste. No, 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 no. We need to have behavior change. We need to have innovation, technology, legislation, and financing. Show me the money. Who's gonna sponsor all that? So basically, this is, you know, all of these things we're going to talk about at the summit. I'm looking very much forward to be inspired and listening to all of you because this is going to be so cool. And we also need to talk about prevention versus reduction. Now, all my love to Too Good To Go, I really, you know, I helped them starting many years. But you know what? When you buy stuff from apps like Too Good To Go, you doesn't prevent food waste because food is already being overproduced. So basically, you end up with some magic bag, and suddenly you maybe throw it away at home because it's too much food. So basically, you take the supermarket's food waste and throw it out in your own home. We need to talk about the prevention. We need to talk about the prevention of food. What could supermarkets do? What could industry do? I know that Matt Humwood is sitting here. He will be, Matt, you will be really giving us a good presentation. So, the great takeaway for this summit and hopefully for the upcoming summits, because I hope this is just the first summit on this. The very great takeaway, what I would like to see happening, what I think this summit needs to work for, or what I think we need to work for in the future. It is making wasting food socially unacceptable. No, I'm not talking about that we should eat more than we actually do, get fat. No. I'm talking about making wasting food socially unacceptable as smoking indoors. An entire value chain, from farm to fork. So maybe in 10 years when we meet here again, nobody wastes food. Maybe there will be no summit because it will be socially unacceptable. So this is what we're going to work at, and this is, my friend, must be the end of the summit and the beginning of this collaboration. Thank you so much. Questions?
Yes.
Oh.
I feel like I blew off my chair. I was prepared. Well, there is definitely so much to do, and I agree with you on the socially unacceptable part. What do you think is, you mentioned already a few things, but for the socially unacceptable part, what do you think is the biggest challenge for us to get there?
Well, there are more challenges. I mean, there's not one magic solution, not one size fits all solution. You know, I've been working for this for 15 years because, you know, just like the measuring, some are measuring food loss, some are measuring food waste, some are measuring side streams, and people go like, whoa. I mean, we need to standardize the whole thing. So this, you know, as the panel said, it's very important to standardize it. It's also important, you know, to make the understanding that all the ugly, all the wonky, all the leftovers, they can be used, just like Carmen said. You know, reuse the food, use leftovers, making it socially unacceptable. I mean, 10 years ago, when you know, I was at the parties, I was the weird girl who was, you know, taking the leftovers from the table and putting them in the fridge, and people like, oh, Selina, here again. But today, like, oh, Selina's here, so no, we are not going to waste food. So this is socially unacceptable. I mean, we shouldn't, you know, we shouldn't point fingers, and we shouldn't go around and saying that, you know, you're the bad guy, the industry. We are all in this together. We are all food wasters. There's no one who does not waste food. Not even the Pope, I think.
Really?
I don't know. but still, so socially unacceptable.
Well, I can definitely recognize myself, and I probably have some friends and colleagues out here that will agree that I am also the one that's taking stuff from the buffets and into my bag and everything. So yeah, I hear you. So I actually will open up for some questions in the audience as well, because I'm sure that you might have some. We have 2 runners, I think, with microphone on each side. Perfect. Do we have any questions in the audience for Selina? You cannot be all quiet. There we go, right in the back, and then we have at the front. So maybe Bastian up there, and then we will pass the mic to there. Yeah, perfect. And you can say your name also and where you're from if you want.
Hello, my name is Alba. I'm representing Bruce Food Club, a non-profit organization that fights food waste in Uppsala, in Sweden. You talked about food stores removing the 3-for-2 offer discount. I was wondering what was the incentive for them, and how did it become so popular so that other stores also started doing the same? Thank you. And thank you for the talk. It was really good.
Well, thank you. It's an excellent question. Well, it started, you know, I started the Stop Wasting Food movement of 31st of July 2008. And 3 months later, I was contacted by Rema 1000. And they heard me on the news, and you know, by that time, I didn't know what I was doing. You know, I'm a graphic designer. I'm not even a food person. You know, I was just an angry consumer saying, we have to do something to save the world. So I started the movement. Rema 1000, they heard me on the news, and because of, well, me, Stop Wasting Food, they said, it's a very good idea. We need to do something tangible. We cancel all the quantity discounts, buy 3, pay for 2 in every shop in entire Denmark. Now, their competitors, they went around like, what is Rema 1000 doing? They're crazy. I mean, I don't want to, they're going to make money, or what are they doing? But what happens is we have a lot of single households, a lot of small households in Denmark, 1.5 million single households. And they don't need all the large, you know, bulk discounts. So basically, they were very happy. And it's getting very popular. It got on the news, it got on Reuters, and suddenly, you know, all the other supermarkets, it took some years, but they started to say that, hey, consumers demand it. There's a consumer demand that we need to do something to stop wasting food. I mean, not all of them are perfect. Not even Rema 1000 is perfect, but I mean, they're all starting to do it because there's a demand from us, from people on the ground, from consumers. So today, you know, they cannot just get away with wasting food.
This is true. We have one more question, and you will be here for the day as well.
Sure,
so,
I'm
yeah,
ready.
sure. We have one more question, I think, in the audience. Did you get the microphone? Yeah?
I sure did.
Please
thank you for the presentation. My name is Charlotte, and I'm the CEO and founder of Total Control. And we build software and actually an inventory management system to help prevent food waste. There's a lot of talks about loss. And by you having been in this field for 15 years, what are kind of your suggestions to make sure that laws and stuff happening in the future now will actually make a huge change?
Excellent question. There is a French law on food waste. And I know because I sit in the European Commission's platform Food Loss and Waste with all my European colleagues, this law is not very much working because the supermarkets, they are forced and fined if they're not giving food to charities. So what they do, they give all the food to charities, and the food is drowning. You know, it's like at the charities level, many charities, they don't have money to redistribute the food, so they're basically used as garbages. This is not good. So if we need to have this law in Denmark, Mr. Jacob Jensen, we need to think about the entire value chain. We need to think about that. We not just push the problem onto a new chain instead of, we need to solve the problem. I mean, if the charities, it's good that they take on the food, but then they should have financing or resources to redistribute the food. So again, prevention versus reduction. It's very important. I think we really need to touch about this subject.
Well, you are full of knowledge, my friend, and you're going to be here for the day as well. And I know that we also have some charities in the audience that might be interesting to speak to you. Thank you so much for this presentation, Christina. You're a great inspiration. Thank you. Now, for the first time, actually, I'm going to be sitting on these fancy seats, and I'm going to invite up on stage. I'm very excited for this, actually. Rosa Esrolle is the Senior Enterprise Development Officer and Team Leader for Food Loss and Waste at the Food and Agriculture Organization by the UN, FAO. Rosa, please sit down. And give her a hand. It's really lovely to meet you. So we had a little pre-chat just a few days ago, and we just couldn't stop chatting. So we'll see how this goes. Rosa, you are here a little bit for your work, of course, at FAO, but also to take us a little bit on the global perspective of things. So I want to start off with the SDGs and SDG 12. How are we actually doing? What's the status on it? What needs to be done to reach the goal of cutting food waste in half? Is it still achievable by 2030?
Yes, thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here. Now, when we talk about food loss and waste, and it's really nice to see the momentum that is taking place around the globe. But the reality is that we're very concerned that we're not going to make it to the 2030 goal if we don't start to look at all the options and to look at where we can actually capitalize on the greatest wins to generate the momentum to make it to the achievement of that goal. Listening this morning, of course, we need that momentum. Consumer behavior change is very important, and this is something that we have to do. Education, all of the different things that we need to continue doing. But that's not going to take us up to that 2030 agenda. That's a part of it. The other aspect that we have to look at is where can we capitalize on all of the different win-wins that are possible. And that's where we start looking at options of what is happening and why. Our linear food systems with that take, make, use, and discard approach are not helping us very well in that regard. So moving and thinking into circularity approaches are where we think we can really make a difference in terms of beginning to really shift that momentum. And we heard this morning about the wins that can be derived. We move to the circular economy, we drive innovation, we generate business, we generate jobs and other opportunities. And then also, we have opportunities for reducing, eliminating waste, for redistribution, but also for generating value from those products, the byproducts of the food system in terms of upcycling, producing food, feed, also regenerating agricultural systems as well as energy. Also, another dimension of it is the fact that the circular economy also can help us to work toward transforming our agri-food systems. How will that happen? The circular economy helps us to move not only to reduce food loss and waste, but also to actually address other SDGs. And so, for example, when we reduce food loss and waste, we generate economic, social, and environmental benefits. These actually are contributing to, in particular, we talked about climate change, SDG 13, SDG 12, and then also SDG 2, because these are very important concerns now, the issue of food security. And I think this is the type of approach that can really help us to make those leaps that we need to be moving ahead in terms of getting closer to that meeting that 2030 goal.
So in the Nordics, we heard that we are throwing out 3.6 million tons of food each year. How does it look globally? Like, is it the same situation in, for example, low-income countries? Or can you let us in on the state?
In low-income countries, there is well, let's put it back this way. Food loss and waste is a global problem. In the low-income countries, we are looking more at issues pertinent to food losses. That's upstream in the supply chain. While in the more industrialized countries, the issues are about food waste and the climate change. So when I differentiate between food loss and food waste, in fact, FAO is responsible for the food loss index, where we look at the food that is lost from post-harvest up to, but not including retail. And then food waste is actually, the index is managed by UN Environment, and UN Environment is looking at the waste that takes place from retail up to consumption, and is responsible for the food waste index. According to UNEP, an estimated 17% of food is wasted across the globe in 2019. Now, FAO statistics are quite interesting on the food loss side, which I can share with you what is happening and how the Nordic countries, or Europe, in fact, compares to the rest of what is happening across the globe. FAO's latest statistics show that an estimated 13.2% of food is lost globally in the supply chain. Now, European countries lose about 9.9%. That's below the global average. But African countries go all the way up to 21.4% losses in supply chain. That's where food security is an issue. That's where you have issues related to growing scarcity of land and water resources for food production as well. And then when we look at, for example, in the Asian region, we're talking about 15%. That's still higher. So these are some of the issues that are very much of concern in terms of what is happening in terms of, there's abundance and scarcity. And so, these are some of the things in terms of trying to find that right solution. Again, here we have also where losses and even waste occur, opportunities for actually, again, applying this circular economy. Just to give you a very quick example of one of the things that FAO is working on now is the production of what happens sorry to go back a little bit, but market waste is a big issue in a lot of the developing countries for one reason, that is affordability is one major factor that causes a lot of food that gets into cities to not be consumed, and that food has to be disposed of. But if we could actually apply the circular economy, we could actually generate jobs for people instead of putting that food waste into the landfill. And this is something that is being done to generate feed and to actually use that feed for aquaculture production that could also in the end generate protein requirements used for people who are in need of nutritious food. So again, I think these are some of the things that as we go along, we have to try to find the solutions that really can generate those win-wins and work with them.
When we had the chat, my former colleague I mentioned to you, Philippe Schuler, he was mentioning to me that he did work in Uganda, and when he went there to travel there to help the Ugandan government with their food loss and waste, he thought in his head before he went there that it would be techniques, or that that was the coolers at the farm, that would be the problem. But it ended up being the infrastructure, that there was no roads, so the food couldn't get from A to B. I mentioned that to you, and then you actually said, well, it's good to know the cause, the root cause.
Absolutely, yes, indeed.
And what can you just fill us in? Maybe there is people out here in the audience that would like to know what does FAO? You mentioned a few things here, but what is FAO doing to reduce food loss and waste globally? Like, could you give us some more examples of what you do?
Yes, certainly, yes. Well, actually, food loss and waste is a very high priority in FAO's current strategic framework that goes from 2022 to 2031. And again, here we're looking at working on transforming our food systems to make them more resilient and more sustainable, and also more inclusive. So these are very high priorities, and in doing that, all of the work that we do to address food waste and loss involves a very high focus on sustainability, meeting that triple bottom line of economic, social, and environmental benefit. Those are very important areas. So the food loss and waste, of course, it has a very significant role to play in food systems transformation. And so all of what we do in terms of working with smallholders, stakeholders at different levels of the food system to help them to address the issues. One of the examples we spoke about was the issue of, say, Bangladesh, where we were working with the smallholders. What they do, we were working with them to help them to reduce losses in the tomato supply chains. And we did, first of all, our first activity and action was to identify the hotspots where in the food supply chain these losses occur and how much, and then to come up with the actions that we would take. And what we found a simple solution was helping them to switch their packaging for transportation of that fresh produce from the field to the market. And it was simple as shifting from using 50-kilogram sacks for transportation of the tomatoes to the use of plastic crates. By doing so and introducing a few very simple steps in terms of washing, cleaning, sorting, we were able to reduce their losses in the supply chain by up to 100%. So the solutions that we're using and need to apply, to a large extent, they're very simple solutions. Similarly, we work with the SMEs and to help them to reduce loss and waste in their operations. Sometimes it's a question of having a moisture meter, a simple thermometer, simple technologies that make a tremendous difference in terms of reducing the loss and waste.
Thank you for this. I want to also open up for the audience to ask you a few questions. It's not that often that we get the opportunity to ask FAO some questions. So do we have a microphone? Matt, we'll have a question here.
Hi, Rosa. Thanks for all that information. Yeah, my name's Matt Homewood. I work at the Norwegian food waste company, Throw No More. I just want to dive in the detail about SDG 12.3. And so if you look at the definition, you split it into two. As you've said, food waste is under the United Environmental Programme, We've got 50% reduction goal by 2030. Great, we've got a goal to work towards. But the FAO's responsibility, food loss, there's actually very kind of non-quantitative goals. So technically, actually, a 1% reduction would be a success under this definition. Do you not see that being extremely problematic?
A 1% reduction, we have already realized the 1%, because in 2019, we were at 14%, and now in 2022, we're actually down to, it's about, so we estimate 13.3. But at the Food System Summit, FAO did actually establish 25% baseline. So this is something that has been agreed since then, since the 2021 Food System Summit. It's something that we have to continue working toward. So, you know, these are some of the targets that have actually been set.
Awesome. Great to know. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Well, I'll ask a question more then. That's great. One more for me. So I want to ask you, obviously we're now in the Nordics. How do you see how the Nordic countries can, you know, collaborate even more? What can we do to reduce food loss and waste? Do you have any ideas on, you know, we are meeting up here right now, but what role can we play?
In developing countries, is it?
No, I just
in general.
Yes, in general, exactly.
In general, I think this region has a lot of very, very good examples, and I believe that in my view, I always look for what's happening, what's working, and then what works, how to scale up those actions that can make a difference, because that's where you begin to capitalize on the wins. And I think that we look at Europe as a model in a number of different respects, the stakeholder engagement, because that involves working together, sharing information. These are some of the types of things as we do, as FAO, through platforms, through convening different groups, because what is happening here today is a really good example of helping to identify some of those key core issues. And so these are really, really the types of things that really can be done and you know, to make a difference in terms of moving forward.
So you mentioned in my initial question about the SDGs, and you also mentioned on our call the need of quick wins, that is also what we need to do right now. We only are 7 years from 2030. Where do you see, like, where we need to run the fastest? Because I guess we both need to have long-term goals, but we now also need to really, like, shape up and do quick wins as well. Where do you see we need to go first?
I think we have to do some things. We have to do things in parallel, because I think consumer behavior change is so vitally important if we have to address the issues. But then again, when you look at how food systems now are failing us, we always talk about a broken food system. This is where a lot of the change needs to come. And if we go through applying the circular economy, it really helps because it contributes. And it's not only to SDG 12, we're looking at SDG 2. Again, food insecurity is an issue. We have to address it globally now. So that's one issue, the climate change, SDG 13. So it's, in my view, these are the things that, you know, we really need to start to look at the whole system, because this is where we will be able to actually not only, we're looking at reducing food loss and waste, that's 12, 2, and then we also work in the developing countries toward the issues related to land and issues, the scarcity of land. We have to work on these types of issues and water resources as well. So it's, taking action, looking at what's happening, and then trying to work toward those issues. In that process, the approach becomes more holistic, and you can bring a lot of different things together.
Rosa, I cannot believe that the time has already stopped when we cannot chat anymore. I would like to chat with you all day. But you will be staying with us for another few hours. So if anyone has a question for Rosa, you can just hug her in the break, pretty much. Thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure to have you here with us, sharing what FAO has going on, and for chatting with me. Give her a round. You can sit down, actually. You can stay there. Perfect. Well, we are in Sweden, and we are in need of coffee. We know the Swedish coffee. Like, I see people, yeah, coffee, please, coffee. Yeah, it's coming. So I have two small little tasks for you before we go for coffee. And then that first one is to, first all, again, please rise for Her Royal Highness, Princess Marie, to leave the auditorium first. So if you all stay put, and we'll leave, the princess leave the auditorium first. Thank you. Perfect, thank you. And then I think you should just sit down for 2 minutes. This is going to be very weird for us to give you the second task when you're all standing. That would be very strange. Let's see if we have another slide on the back here. Yes, perfect. Now, many of you might be familiar with Menti. You can take a screenshot of this, actually, because Menti as a tool is normally used to ask questions, maybe to the speakers. This time we will use it in another way. So we know that there's a lot of experts in this room, and you are all working in somewhat with the issue of food loss and waste, and you might as well come up with great examples, experience what you have seen and what you have done. And this we would like to gather. So in this Menti, there will be a question for you. What good examples do you want to share? So in the breaks, also during the lunches, and you can also do it one day after the conference, we will have it open. You share with simple words, what do you want to share with the audience? And we will gather all this and send this out to you after. So you will have a little booklet with great examples from every Nordic country to get inspiration from. So, pardon. Take a photo of this and use it in the breaks. Maybe collaborate with someone else from another Nordic country who you haven't met before. And now it is time for coffee, and see you back here 10:45. Okay. Yes, perfect. I hope you enjoyed some nice coffee and had some great discussions. We've already seen quite a few examples coming into the Menti tool. Amazing, well done, and keep them coming throughout the day. Now it is time to kick off our next session, and there's going to be quite a lot of panel discussions coming up now. And we have the great honor to meet some very interesting people. And first up is the politicians. What roles does politics plays when it comes to food loss and waste, and is there more to be done? Well, let's find out. Join me, please, here on the tables. I will introduce back again Jacob Jensen, Denmark's Minister for Food and Agriculture and Fisheries, and he will be joined by Anja Bakken-Riise, Executive Director Framtiden i våra händer, och Staffan Eklöf, Vice Chairman of the Nordic Council Committee for a Sustainable Nordic Region. Give them a hand. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to have you here with me. We're going to talk a bit about the politics and the politicians' role. And I'm going to start with you, Jacob. What do you see from your perspective in the politics? The current work that is being done on the food loss and waste, how can we make it more efficient?
Well, first of all, a session like this, we can share these experiences, because I think, at least in the Nordic countries, we can learn a lot from each other. I have already seen some examples. I was told the other day a good example from Oslo, for instance, and I was actually in the Danish news about that. Could we work with this in Denmark as well? I think also to acknowledge the problem from the political sides, that is also, to me at least, a key that if we don't talk about the problem or the possibilities here, then there will be no solutions to it. And then I think also from my perspective, as I mentioned in my introduction, that the rules should not be in the way. I don't know if my mic is something.
Yeah,
are we too close? Perhaps, I don't know.
Maybe we're too close. Maybe we should stand over here. Is that what it is?
I think we have some legislation that sometimes is in the way from all these very good and nice initiatives, but they still bang their heads against the rules. So from the political side of view, that we have to put up the regulatory framework in a way that it's not going to stop it, but it's going to develop the possibilities, as I see it.
And when you say that, like, who do you say has the responsibility to do that work?
Well, the regulatory framework, that's obviously the politicians, including myself. But the good ideas and sharing the experiences, well, that is all these brilliant guys and girls and everybody else working with these topics among in the NGOs and everywhere else. I don't see that as a responsibility from the politician side as a whole. That is something that should come from bottom up, as I see it. But I will very much like to work with this, and also to make the framework, and also, of course, to give it some attention. So we have to tell the public, not all in, well, now Selina, she mentioned 94% of the public in Denmark, they are aware of this. But I still think in a daily life, it's not something that, well, we are very busy, everybody, and then I have something here, I can just throw it away. Talk about the problem and also show them how to deal with it.
Thank you for this. I'm going to turn to Staffan Eklöf. You are here as a vice chairman for the Nordic Council Committee. So I know that you also have a background from the primary production. We spoke about that when we talked the last time. Well, from your position, what do you see needed in order to lower food waste, food loss and waste?
Yeah, first I want to say that everyone in the committee are very happy for this conference, and one of the roles of a politician is to listen, and I think we can learn a lot from this conference. But another thing that's very important that lies primarily on us politicians is to try to find the full picture, to see the full picture, to see that one action in one end doesn't end up in a loss in another end, and to to see to that all parts of the agriculture system function in order to carry up the agriculture to a better position. That includes detailed things like plant breeding livestock for higher health, better health and higher productivity, and accessibility of plant protection products, and a lot of small details. We must keep our eyes on this. And in this perspective, it's also important, I think, that agriculture has a reasonable profitability. We have a problem in Sweden where profitability in the agricultural sector has been low for many years. And that means that is bad for food loss. We have there is underfinancing of investments. There is, for example, too little work made on drainage, and you get food loss from that.
Anja, you represent Framtiden i våra händer, which is the biggest environmental agency in Norway. 45,000 people you have behind you. How do you see, like, what is your dialogue with a politician? Is it enough?
I mean, we have a lot of dialogue with politicians from across the board, and we see a lot of engagement. But it's also kind of frustrating because we very soon become anecdotal. Like, everyone has a story to tell about their grandmother, which is nice. I also talk about my grandmother and my grandfather, not the least, often when we talk about this. But let's be honest, we need policy. You know, we talk about making food waste becoming socially unacceptable, and I agree with that. But when you compare it with this notion of smoking inside, that none of us do, you know, we kind of frown upon it. Who would do that? And smoke in front of your children, who would do that? But what made that change? What made that change? It was laws. It was regulation. That's what we need now as well. And you know, every politician I talk to, they all agree that, you know, we don't want to waste food. But let's be honest, someone today is making money on food waste. Put a price on food waste, and we're not going to do it anymore. Yeah, sure. In Norway, we say that that food waste has a cost of about 20 billion Norwegian kroners, and we attribute about 6 billion to consumers. You know, the value of the food that goes to waste at the consumer level, it has a value of about 6 billion Norwegian kroners. Okay, and then we're going to halve food waste by 2030. That means 3 billion Norwegian kroners, probably as a loss to the supermarkets, because they can't, you know, it's a simplification, but still, that's about 3 billion kroners of value that they are not going to sell to people because people are going to reduce their food waste. So I believe that one of the key aspects that we need to look into is, you know, because we've worked on this for quite some time in Norway, and we have put in place initiatives. You know, we have a volunteer business agreement where you work on a lot of actions, and they are working. We see they are working, but not sufficiently, not enough. And I believe that until we address this issue, that today someone is making a profit of throwing away food, then we're not going to get the change that we need. So I mean that we need to look into what kind of laws and regulations, and specifically in Norway, we're working on a food waste ban that I think is going to be crucial.
So the food waste ban, yes, please.
Could I ask you a question?
Of course.
That's your job.
No,
Sorry about
go
that.
ahead. I'm just going to sit down here for a bit, yeah?
Because it's... Oh, watch out.
What a drama,
it is,
this panel.
It is, and it's very interesting what you're saying here, that you say, well, we need regulation. And to a certain extent, I agree, but it depends what kind of regulation are we talking about.
Definitely.
Because I don't see this as one size fits all.
No, not at all.
So we have to be very precise what we're talking about when we talk about regulation, so we don't say, well, it has to be like this, and if it's not within this framework, it can't happen. That is not at least how I see it. So I don't know.
Sure.
You should elaborate on that. And don't you also see that, well, we have a consumer demand? We're politicians, and I represent, in my case, the Danes in some respect, in my government. And if the Danes and thereby the consumers, they ask for this. I mean, then
They
of
ask
course
for what?
they ask for that. Well, for instance, that now we were just talking in the coffee break. The croissants, they're this big. They look beautiful, but you can only eat half of it. I mean, so if the demands for small croissants, for example, well, isn't that something that, well, that is up to the producers also to produce if they are consumers, they actually ask for it? Isn't it always that we have to have regulations to say, you have to do it like this, otherwise we will give you a ban? I mean, do you see the dilemma?
Definitely. And we're talking about fresh food often, you know, especially in Norway, in supermarkets, what we throw away the most is fresh foods. It's fresh baked bread and sweet stuff, and also fruits and veggies. So yes, there's always going to be some waste. What we see in Norway, we've asked, because I believe that this is an intrinsic part of the business model of quite a few businesses, that we need abundancy. You see it in supermarkets, you see it in cafes, in gas stations, that they put on the oven and they bake the bread until closing hours to have abundancy so that they will draw you in. And of course, consumers have gotten used to that. We've gotten used to it always being abundancy. But if you actually engage in a dialogue with consumers, what we see is there's been consumer surveys in Norway where we see that 83% of consumers say that it's okay with them not to have freshly baked bread when it comes to closing hours. And if you say to the consumer that actually bread is what we throw away the most at supermarkets, then more than 90% agree that they don't really need to have fresh bread when it comes to closing hours. So it's kind of a push and pull. You know, who has gotten the consumer used to this idea of abundancy all the time? And how do you engage in a dialogue to say, guys, we need to really reduce. This is a huge issue. You know, let's play ball. People will actually be on board on that. But when it comes to solutions, you're absolutely right. There's no one size fits all. What we are proposing in Norway, when I say we, it's my organization, Framtiden I våre hender, the future in our hands, and now it's become a working group. The government has put in place a kind of a task force, like you mentioned earlier. And what we've proposed is basically something like an extended producer responsibility. First and foremost, a law that actually says that this goal that Norway has committed to, halving food waste by 2030, that is actually to become law. And the main purpose of the law is to prevent food waste from happening.
In the whole
chain, from the farmer to the consumer's table, in the whole chain. And a key aspect here is not, like you were talking about, not just shifting or moving food waste from one place to another. So you have to look at the whole chain, definitely. And what we want to be a part of this law is an extended producer responsibility. And for those of you who know this, you know that it means that as a producer, if you put something on the market, you are responsible for it. So if that ends up as waste somehow, you need to be in charge of dealing with it and financing it. And what we want is a system of financing. So we don't want the French law, we don't want that, but we want a system of financing, so you will be financing the distribution of surplus food if that comes to play, so that goes out to charities. And today in Norway, charities, Matsentralen, they actually have to pay to pick up the food that they're getting, the surplus food, and to pay and to further it out. So we need to change that. We also want information to the consumer to be a part of this law. It's a crucial aspect. Consumer behavior is a crucial aspect. But also, financing of distribution, and actually a possibility of sanctions for those companies who over time do not reduce their food waste sufficiently.
Thank you for this. Yeah, I hear the applause. Staffan, we talked about a little bit. Please comment on this, and we also, I want to throw that in. You said about no, we don't want the French law, but do we want the food waste ban? Like we talked about it just prior to this. Please comment on Anja's and.
We're dealing in our committee. We're dealing with several sustainability problems, and this is one which has a unique character that is very good, because there is there is a potential synergy, very great synergies. And this means that it's needed well, central to success is cooperation, and that has already started. And I also think that a certain degree of flexibility is crucial. We see today many actors, they find different solutions to problems, and that is what we need. So a ban, I think, could induce flexibility, a reduced flexibility that could get to result in effects in another end. That's my thinking.
I also have, I'm very keen, I don't know about we will have to be careful here about talking about the French law with the princes in I can do that, okay, fair enough. But I'm keen to learn more about, I know also Finland is working with this now. To be honest, I'm not there where I say, well, we'll start with the ban, because, for instance, can't remember who was it who said, well, we're not smoking anymore indoors. It's not something, well, was it Selina, I think it was? Mm-hmm. We're not smoking indoors, but it's still not a ban. It's something that we have just talked about, and then those places where we'll say, we don't want it, and then people, they step outside. It's still allowed to smoke, but it's still
just
something...
in the Danish bodega.
Yeah, I know. Also here we have some differences. My point being, I think that if you have to put up, well, seen from a politician point of view and a regulatory point of view, to put up the framework, to push it forward, to acknowledge the problem, to support also these different organizations working with this. And I've learned that there are lots of rules that they are banging against. Since, I mean, for instance, one example is, in Denmark, when you have, for instance, fresh fruits, it's been produced as, well, what do you call it? What do we call it? Organic. Yeah, organic. That was the word. Organic. When you put that into the organization, where they put it out to people that are in need of it, they cannot tell them that it's produced organic. They have to put some label on top of this. Just a small example. And why is that? I mean, why is that we have to put up regulation that is actually pushing it back? We have to pull it forward, as I see it. So regulatory frameworks, very good, but bans, let's work with that.
Can I ask, have you ever gone dumpster diving?
I can't admit I have.
I know my friend Matt, who lives in Urban Harvester, who lives in Denmark. I'm sure he can take you.
Sure.
The thing is...
I look forward to Matt.
The thing is...
We are recording this, you know that, right? Yes, so
we'll keep you to it. The thing is, I hadn't either. Like, I'd read all the reports on food waste, and you hear the numbers. In Norway, we throw away 450,000 tons of food waste. Like, it's incredible, and you hear these numbers. But when you actually go digging in the dumpsters, it's a whole new experience. And one of them for me was we went to have a look. I went with this big Norwegian influencer. She's a big food influencer in Norway, and we went to a bakery after hours. And it was strange. We got into the waste, the dumpsters, and basically often you can't get in because they're locked away, but this one was luckily for us open. And then you get in there and you smell the fresh bread. You're among dumpsters, but it smells delicious. And you open up, and it's like, there's so much of it. And we lift it out. Actually, you have to, this is a trick when you go dumpster diving. You give it a little nudge to tip it over, because it's kind of heavy, and pull out this big bag. And we had about 10 kgs of basically fresh goods. And this was like sourdough bread and cinnamon buns, and it's just delicious. And this was about 10 kgs, and we were like, whoa, it's so much. And then we see, oh, there's another one under, and there's another one, and another one. So this was just today's waste of 10 kgs. And then underneath, you have another one of 10 kgs and 10 kgs. And then you understand it's systemic. They're kind of gambling because they know that to get us in, they have to have a lot of freshly baked goods. And so they put it on display to get us in. And then they know they're going to have to throw away stuff at the end of the day. But it's so cheap for them, so they'll do it anyway. So I'm not, there's a lot of different measures that we can put in place, but until we actually make it hurt a bit more to throw away food, I don't think we're going to fix this problem.
I do know that there is quite a few food retailers in this audience, and we have microphones, so if anyone want to give a little comment on this, well, can we get a microphone? Here we go. And if we can just pass that across, that would be amazing. Thank you very much. Perfect. And please say your name and who you are, and then your comment.
I'm Fredrik Wikström. I'm doing research in food waste for...
We'll take this question first, and then we'll take the next one in the back. So, please go ahead.
For 20 years now about food waste, but I'm so happy to hear this discussion because this is the first time we say the conflict. We have two goals in the system. One is sustainability, and one is profit. And what we've seen in our research, there are a number of win-win solutions, and we can see that reduce food waste in retail, for example, could be a win-win. I'm going to get you to put the microphone closer. We have goal conflicts where the sustainability is versus the profit. And what we're seeing, the profit wins all the time. So I don't discuss the solutions, but we must acknowledge that there is a conflict there.
Thank you. Thank you.
More of a comment.
Thank you. I think it was Per Christian there. Yeah?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah?
Per Christian from the Norwegian Food Bank. I would like to comment just on what Mr. Jensen said in the beginning, that the politicians can do something about the legislations. And you are discussing whether it should pay to throw food. The reality today, it's often pays. You don't have any cost on throwing food, but it pays to donate food. A very important thing that all politicians and all countries could do is to remove tax from donations of food. We have done that in Norway, and that was a game changer for us. After that, we got much more donations that we could use for people in insecure situations. And also other kind of taxes, like we had the sugar fee that was paid. We had like one question in the parliament, and it was removed like that. So it is important that the politicians is on what kind of legislations that is there. And I'm sure that you will find someone if you look at it.
Thank you very much for the comment. I think, Matt, have you gotten a microphone? Can we pass it either back or forward or wherever it's going? Perfect, and then we have Siri after this. So Matt first.
Just, Anja, I've been following your work for years. So I just want to talk about market power a little bit. So from what I understand, in Norway, 3 companies control 98% of the market. So when your NGO pushes for a food waste law of a kind, in your experience, how big an issue is the industry, the lobbyists, to actually formulating proper legislation and not just watered down legislation?
I think that's
what we're going straight there.
Yeah, we are going straight there, basically. So, yeah. fancy answering.
Let's take that after. No, it's not even a question. I mean, they have huge powers, and I believe that has been one of the reasons, like in Norwegian Parliament, since I think the first ruling was in 2016 or 2017, looking into, or in the Parliament was asking government to introduce or to look into a food waste ban, and basically. Not much has happened since, and I believe that one of the main reasons is because the big chains, they have so much power and they are completely against it. And I believe that is due to the fact that they're going to be, it's going to be costly for them because it does involve changing their business model from today, where you know it's this abundancy strategy to. We need more of a sufficiency approach, you know, selling the right amount of foods to people, and that is going to cost money. So I believe it's a huge issue. Now we have a government in Norway who have said in their ruling platform that they will introduce a food waste ban. I still don't quite believe it until it happens, but of course we have to make them accountable. But I'm hoping to see businesses and especially the big chains to be a positive part in this work. And now, especially with the government who are saying it will come into place, they should.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to go Staffan first, and then, yeah.
I don't exclude that there may be regulations to help on this side, but I think we should be careful. We have heard some ideas, maybe tax cuts on donations, and there may be other good ideas to maybe pick up. But I would like to stress we should not take easy on the power of of free will. You are here because of free will, and what is done today already is done on free will, and it has been done a lot. And we have a very good example from Sweden. It's when it comes to nutrient leakage from fields. Sweden has had voluntary regimes, and we have already done what the European Union is telling us to do now. We have cut 50% of the nutrient leakage to the seas, and that is based on voluntary. And do not forget, the Nordic Council is based fully on voluntary. There is and has come further than the European Union in many areas. So the free will is a great power.
I'm going to go Jacob.
Yeah, actually, I actually fully agree on that. We have also some of the biggest supermarket chains in Denmark. They have, as I mentioned in my beginning, in my introduction, they have voluntarily, they measure their food waste, and what gets measured gets managed. And that is part of their CSR strategy and policy. And they put it out, and everybody, they can see what they're doing and the results and what will be bring in the future, what kind of new technologies will they introduce, and so on and so forth. And I think also just to comment on the first two questions or comments, and I think they're linked together to a certain extent. Profit wins was one of the issues, and somebody up there he said you have to pay to donate. We have to create a framework where it actually will be good business all the way through the whole chain. Because if you have to pay to do something good, well, there's a tendency that you will not do it then. So I think, and we're talking about taxation, we're talking about legislation in general, and also the CSR, and then that brings me back to the demands from the consumers. If they can see, well, this supermarket, they're doing something good, and I will go in there and do my grocery stuff instead of going over to the neighbor who's not doing the good things. I think to put that forward and to put that pressure on from the demander's point of view, I think that will be one of the ways forward, as I see it.
I'll let you comment a little bit. We have 2-3 more questions before we wrap this up.
I'll be shorter now.
Great.
I completely agree with Per Christian from the Food Banks of Norway saying about changing the not having to pay to donate. Still, we need to keep in mind this. I see this quite often when we're working on moves towards more circular economy, that instead of talking about prevention, we talk about how to deal with surplus or how to deal with waste. And of course, we need that too. It's also important. But how do we, where are the measures to actually work on prevention? And that's why we also, we are so keen on a law that actually makes it, that actually, holds responsible all businesses to work actively on prevention.
I will, we have a question here from Silje, who had a presentation for us yesterday around legislation. So please.
Hello, I'm Siri Sten from Finland, from Ministry of Environment, and I'm working with producer responsibility. So I'm very interested, how do you say that this is the answer, but who is the responsible of the food chain, who should pay the waste, because waste management, because if the farmer is, or or is it the retailer? It can be both. Can be both. So, what's your opinion?
It's a very good question, and it's also part of the sharing of the responsibility. This is part of the work that needs to be done. We need to do further work on, and it's also coming back to the question from Matt that who has the power in the value chain. And so, if a supermarket tells the farmer, "No, we don't want your crooked carrots or whatever," then it can't be up to the farmer if that somehow ends up as waste. So they're important. How do you say the gray lines? We need to look at all those nuances in between there, definitely. But I must say, we've had one of the foremost experts on both lawmaking in Norway and extended producer responsibility, working on how to put in place this law, how it can actually be, detailed out. For now, we have it in Norway, but in Norwegian. But what I'm thinking is that we actually need to translate it and to get it out. So please contact me afterwards, and I'll be very happy to give you details.
I know we have several people wanting to ask questions. I'm going to take the first two, and the other ones, you're going to have to just catch them in the break. And I have Karin, and I have Carl. So, Karin?
Hör ni mig? Ja. Karin Bilsten heter jag, på engelska.
Yes.
My name is Karin Bilsten, and I work at Axfood. We have Willys and Hemköp. And I've been working with food waste for about 10 years. And we had the goal to halve our food waste from 2015 till 25, and we are on the way. But still, it's a lot in tons and kilo that we throw away. And what we do, we lower the price, and what we can't sell, we donate as much as we can. But still, I feel so ashamed when I, in Facebook, follow Dumströms Lyx med Andreas and see how much he can find in containers, and I recognize our own brand. What I think now is going to happen 1st of January next year, the new EU regulation comes that we have to separate the organic food from the cans. I think that's going to mean a lot to lower the food waste in our stores. And I welcome it, but I think that's we're going to sell out more, and we're going to donate more. So that's one of the regulation I think should, mean a lot. And another thing, maybe we
I'm
should...
going to have to speed up a little bit, please. Thank you.
What does it cost to throw away garbage today? Maybe we should look at this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karin. And Carl, for the final question or comment.
Yeah, exactly. I know I'm going to get my chance later on, but I needed to comment on this. Because legislation, so I'm Kalle or Carl from Mat Smart, and we buy surplus food and we sell it to private households. And what we very much notice is that the producers have still very much the option of either sell it or donate it or throw it away. And I think that doesn't really make sense. Because, if they can still have the option to choose between these, they will always do the cheapest way out. And very many times it will be to throw it away. And I love the thing you said about the free will. But, we need a bit of help. I think very much, commercial powers can do a lot of the trick. But we need the power of legislation to actually support that. Otherwise, we won't be able to change anything and move these big numbers. Yeah.
Great remarks and great comment and great comments from you as well, of course. We have to now close this panel. I think you could have just stayed on and you would have just been fired questions. So a big thank you to Mr. Jacob Jensen, Anja, and Staffan. Thank you so much for your contribution. Right, moving swiftly ahead. Now we are going to speak about restaurants, and public meals in schools. And I think I'm going to take a seat now and be joined by three eminent people and press on. And please welcome on stage Filip Lundin, founder of Sopköket, Annika Skogvik, Sustainability Manager for Compass Group, and Anna Löfgren Adén, Environmental Strategies Food Waste for Härryda Municipality. There you are with a microphone there. Thank you very much. Hi. Perfect. You can sit down there. Perfect.
Like this?
Yes, this is great.
Okay, great.
Perfect. Yeah. Hi, are you well? Yes. Great. Perfect. So we're going to, you are all in somewhat way a bit different, but you're in the restaurant industry and you also are working with in schools and other areas where there is food served. So we're going to speak a little bit about your work and the challenges and the solutions that you have come up with. I'm going to start with you, Filip. We have known each other for several years, and you've always struck me as a very creative entrepreneur, and you do a lot for working against food waste. So tell us a little bit. Well, thank you. Let's have a little bit of a love going on now here. That's great. So you work a lot with different types of sustainability goals, not just food waste. So tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, we take a complete grip around resource waste. We serve delicious catering on rescued ingredients, 1 ton every week from supermarkets, and ICA and Coop store at Södermalm, also Fabrik. Just from these 2 supermarkets and bakeries, 1 ton per week. So you realize how much food waste we rescue. And based mostly as a catering company, and then we also donate around 2,000 meals per month to people in need, and we also employ half our team full-time employed from marginalized groups in society that we also help with integration into Swedish society, so they get space for learning Swedish during working hours. And a lot of other circular economy things going on connected to all resources that we touch upon in our day-to-day business. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll turn to Annika. Annika should have been another person, but he fell ill, so she jumped in like.
So I'm Krista Dahl today.
Yeah, so she's Krista Dahl. So that you did amazing to come in on a very short minute. Thank you for that.
I got the question this morning.
Yeah,
okay.
Pretty much. So, Annika, you are representing Compass Group, Sweden, and you are actually in 45 countries, and you are almost the world's. Krista told me you are the world's second largest employer, which is crazy. I didn't know that. How do you work internally? Obviously, you have so many units. Like, how do you inspire each other?
Yeah, so of course we have an overall goal that we head for. And I would put it like this. We plan, care, and share. So first of all, we need to have the ability to make good forecasts in order to purchase the right amount of food. And of course, in order to prepare the right number of meals. And that's not easy. And during the preparation, we really care and respect this food and the product we use in order to make our fantastic dishes, of course. So, such as make use of the whole vegetables and so on. And especially now with this inflation in mind, right? And then we share. We share best practice within Compass Group Sweden, and of course within our Compass Group world. And this is so great with this collaboration between the countries. And another very important thing to share is data. Data regarding food waste, of course. And we do that both internally, of course, but also with our clients and guests.
That's very inspiring to hear. We're going to come back to you. I'm going to turn to Anna here on my left. So, Anna, you work in one of the municipalities on more on the west side than in Stockholm, right? And I know that Gothenburg has developed a method for working with sustainability and food waste in kitchen. But you are taking it a bit further.
Yes, we are. Well, the model Gothenburg has, I did it before them. I have helped them develop that model. But anyway, the model has to do with that you have to make food waste, visualize it. So I work with the public service, I work with the public meals in school, and we have to show, we can't be ashamed of it, we have to show this is it, this is what happens. And when I work with the chefs in the kitchen, they have always, when they prepare the meal, the produce meal, they just do it, and they haven't really been reflecting over how much of the product I'm using. Let's say, before we started measure food waste, they could, if they had an apple with the brown spot, they threw away the apple. But since we started to measure it and make it visible, you could take the spot away, and suddenly you can use 95% of the product. So we have made food waste visualized it. So that's been a great help. But I must say, I think the Danes is into something. With all respect that you talk about, I think we have a golden opportunity. Since I work with the public meals, we work with the children, with the common future. We adults has a responsibility to show them respect, how to learn them to respect. And one way I do it, when I go out and talk to the pupils and the students about food waste, I talk about respect. And I always bring my chicken Chewy, but I couldn't bring her today to show respect. So
wow,
I brought
this is a surprise. Perfect.
So I brought an egg. And luckily, I must say, I have Chewy with me a couple of times, and every time she have laid an egg when I talk. And that is the most perfect way to talk about respect the food. Because in the end of the session, when everyone can take hold the egg, is it for real? And it's a bit of war. Not everyone have seen an egg produced in front of them. And when I get the egg back, I say, okay, is there a garbage bin somewhere? And they say, what can you? Well, it's just one egg. I can throw it, can't I? And then I have a fantastic discussion. It's an egg. She has produced it. It's just a symbol for all the food waste. So we talk about laws and banners. Of course, we have to do that. But we have to start with us. And we have to start with our children, the pupils in the school. We have to share and learn them respect. And luckily in Sweden, we have free meals in school. And we have the responsibility and the opportunity at the same time to learn them and show respect. That's a key for me in the future, how we will reduce the food waste. It comes to me. It begins with me. So hopefully, when we have lunch today, I'm going to watch you. So it's easy to talk about food waste, but I assume there will be no waste after this lunch.
Wow. Philip, what did you bring?
Yeah, okay.
You wish, yeah.
Yeah.
We're just going to see, I think your microphone is listening a little bit. Can we get a hand mic instead and switch Anna's microphone off? I think that would be better. Thank you so much.
I would say I brought this banana here.
Thank you so much.
It's a colleague of mine that has painted it.
No,
and
it's
just an example of food waste, because actually in some complete value chains, as I'm sure you also know and many of you know, bananas actually stand for 60%. 60% of bananas are being thrown away in the worst value chains of bananas. So not only 40% as the general numbers. Yeah.
And I will bring you to our guests in the business industry restaurants to speak with adults.
This is perfect.
Yeah.
Speaking about networking. So, Philip, I know that you have developed a lot since you started, but I know that you also have the need, or there is need to scale up. What do you need in order to do so?
I started Sopkök 8 years ago, and the first 7 years we were producing red figures all the time. Like the financial part didn't work. We lost money every month, but we survived thanks to fundings from governmental subsidies and stuff like that. The past year, we have finally found a business model that is financially sustainable, although being completely circular economy, which is actually kind of revolutionary, because 60% of the work we do, we don't earn any money on, which is going to supermarkets and rescue, sorting, also donating and teaching people from marginalized groups. But we are able to do this and still being a financially sustainable business. This is thanks to an innovative logistical way of using the freezer, basically in every part of our organization, more than normal restaurants do today, which we are proud of to do, because if you freeze things correctly, you don't actually notice that it has been frozen, and we are able to optimize our effectiveness of our staff with over 100%. So that we get these 60% to do all the good stuff in a sustainable way. So now we want to scale up for the first time in 8 years. What we do today with minimizing food waste 4 tons per month and donating and creating jobs, we want to do 10 times bigger in Stockholm. But for that to happen, we need to be better at collaborating. We have heard you mentioning before and others also today, which makes me happy that it's mentioned, that many times there are solutions in place, but they are not effective enough so that everyone donates there, but we're just transporting the problem to somewhere else where it's getting thrown. So we need to be more flexible in our collaborative agreements so that we make sure that all the food that everyone wants to be rescued, that it's actually taken care of. And more flexible collaborations and more collaborations so that we can all minimize more food waste. And we are ready to take on more. So if any of the giants here wants to approach me afterwards, we want to scale up this year.
Perfect. You know who to speak to. This question, I guess, is for both of you, because you both have, well, you work with schools. You have restaurants in schools and other different sports arenas and company restaurants, and they're different units. So when it comes to food waste, in your different units, can you see a pattern, like where there's most food waste, or how you need to work preventively differently because they're different units? I don't know who wants to jump on it first, but
well, our main food waste category is plate waste, I would say, and especially in schools. Yes, and
plate waste. So that's basically where a guest or a student has taken food on the plate and then throw it in the bin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we try to talk to the students in different ways, using smaller plates, for instance, by sharing data, as I told you earlier, in the school restaurant. But I would say the most important thing is to prevent food waste, of course, and as our culinary director Chris Dahl puts it, and this is also, of course, in our business and industry restaurants, is that do we really want to enjoy a daily overabundance of lunch options varying with the days of the week? Do we really need all these options? And I also think about the retail business. I worked for one earlier. And you know, when you go and buy your bread or your olive or whatever, there's so many different options. Do we really need these options? It's really, I'm shocked, yeah. And I also want to add something. I visited a gymnasium last week, and I really got shocked because they thrown so much food waste. And even though they really love the food, I must say, so this food waste dilemma also really need to be included at home, discussed by the table at home, and also it needs to be integrated in education. And most of all, the students and the pupils need time to eat because they are also stressed.
This is a very good point. Do you want to comment too?
I agree with that last. They need to have time. What we see is that it comes to a behavior thing. When we serve our food at the elderly homes, the elderly has the tradition, they have the respect for their food. They don't want to throw away food, so they eat what they can. But the elderly homes is the one that has the heaviest food waste. It doesn't depend on the guest. It's because it's not the kitchen staffs that serve it. It's a line between. It happens. We don't have the control all the way. We have to distribute. We have to send it out, and that's what happens when it gets wasted. It's not the guest, but it also we see when. In school, we see when kids turn 10, 11, something happens. Up till 10, 11, it's okay to like the school food. It's okay to eat. And then suddenly, you have to talk bad about the food in Bamba. You come in the school restaurants. It's not so. We have to work with the attitude and show them how to teach them respect for the food. So that's the.
Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
So, you work so you do so many initiatives on food waste in your school, in the restaurants that you have. Like, can you share maybe one of the most important decisions that you have made? When to cut food waste, or an example. Rather, it doesn't have to be the most important. Like I put you on the spot, but an example where you've had concrete results of, all right, we did this and it actually cut food waste.
We went through the hygienic, the laws about the hygienic. What does it say? What can you save? What can't you save? That's a simple thing, but a lot of people think that, especially when it comes to our chefs, has it been out, you can't save it. You have to throw everything away automatically. So I think that's the most that we have educated and reminded our chefs that it's okay to keep things. It doesn't always have to go to the bin, but it's very easy to do it.
It is very easy to do it.
But they don't have to, so that's the biggest.
Thank you for sharing. Philip, I know that you've also been Sweden's representative in the Baltic region that they have created a manifesto which is called Great Taste Zero Waste. That was a bit of a hard thing to say there, but you were Sweden's representative. Can you tell us a bit? What was the initiatives and your learnings from collaborating?
Yeah, it was a Baltic collaboration sponsored by the Nordic Council of Ministers and EIT Food. And it's a free tool that we launched last week. If you go to greattastezerowwaste.eu, because the sector that we represent, HoReCa, like professional kitchens, stands for current numbers is 26% of the entire food waste is from our sector, current numbers, and we all need to help out. So, but it's not so easy if you don't know how to do it, how to minimize food waste, because it occurs in so many different situations in our professional environment. So if you go into greattastezerowwaste.eu, you get 10 guidelines. They are tailor-made for which kind of professional kitchen you have. If it's a catering food truck or whatever, these 10 guidelines are tailored for your business. And then there is also 2 Excel documents that we were part of, also contributing from Sopköket, that are also free to use. One for how to calculate amount of food to be made for amount of guests, so that you don't overcook or undercook the amount of food. and another one for measuring food waste in the kitchen so that you can track it better. Everything is free and open sourced.
That's great, and both for the people in the audience, but also watching digitally, it's free to use. Did you share? I know that you work a lot with the freezer, which you didn't do initially, but you've started to.
So yeah, my part of contributing was a lot around that, how we can use the freezer. The way we use the freezer at Sopköket, which has been the entire enablement for us being financially profitable, is that everything we rescue, we basically parboil it, vacuum pack, and freeze it directly, so that we build a food bank in our professional kitchen with rescued ingredients. We don't have to work against the clock anymore, which is super nice. We did it the first 7 years. It gets a lot of PTSD, as maybe you and a lot of others here knows. But we are free from that now, at least a lot. And then when we cook meals, we also cook meals maybe once per week instead of every day and in bigger batches. And then we vacuum pack and freeze again, so that the kitchen crew can do other good stuff the rest 4 days of the week. And when we have any catering event or anything else, we just build Lego from the freezer, go and pick what we need, and maybe do some fresh stuff like salads and stuff like that. But a lot of things you can't even imagine is possible to freeze, that is possible. Like, you can freeze so many things. So yeah, we contributed to that mainly, and then also one of the Excel documents we contributed to.
That's great. Also, it's the 26th of April today. Oh, yes, you say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Compass Group has started an initiative called Stop Food Waste Day, and it just happens to be today, which is quite coincidental.
So happy Stop Food Waste Day, everyone.
So that's great. Well, what's the purpose? What have you been doing to create awareness around your day?
Yeah, of course we want to raise awareness and also encourage both our guests and the food industry to reduce the amount of food waste, of course. And we also want to share our knowledge. We have quite many chefs around the world in Compass Group's group. And this time we have also published our first, I think it is, Stop Food Waste Day cookbook that you can find on the internet. And please download it. It contains recipes from around 30 of our campus countries from all over the world, and it really yummy things in there, I must say. Yeah. And in Campus Group Sweden, we also run our own campaign at Facebook right now called Unwaste Yourself. So please visit it.
Unwaste yourself.
Unwaste yourself.
All right, well, there you go.
Yeah.
So we're going to wrap this panel up. I'm going to turn to Anna. What would be your final send-off to this, to this group of people?
I'm turning to all children, and to the children through you. I mean, the more we teach our children about food and make them interested and make them want to try new things and different things and taste, and they will get to understand the value of food, where it comes from. And I think by that, we're planting the seed to take care of. It will be sustainable. We have to take care of ourselves, but we also have to take care of what brings in. So take care and respect the food, and don't forget the egg.
Don't forget the egg. No one is going to forget the egg after your presentation. And thank you so much to this panel. You can stay in the sofas, actually, while we talk. You can stay here. Thank you so much. You can stay here. Thank you. We are about shortly to go to lunch, but before we do, I'm going to invite another restaurateur up to the stage with me. Please welcome fantastic chef and co-founder to K-märkt, Jens Dolk.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you.
Great. Hey, Jens.
Hey.
So last time I saw you, I was sitting in the audience, and you were serving me some yogurt that was about, I don't know, like, what, 1 year, or I don't know how old it was. It was really old.
It was actually filmjölk.
Okay.
It's like
sour.
Swedish version of yogurt. And it was basically 1.5 year old. So it was just a small example of how silly those best before dates are and how we should really think about those things.
Have you found that, I mean, that you advocate for this, right? Have you felt like, have you seen a change since you started talking about it?
Yes, for sure. There's been a big change. It's super nice to have you here in this very strange building, Garnisonen. You know, it's been elected the by far most ugliest building in Sweden many times. But the really nice thing of having you here is because this building was planned to be part of big and important decisions. Because when it was planned during the 1960s, it was supposed to become the new Parliament House of Sweden. So very important decision was planned to be taken in this building, and now I hope those decisions will be taken by you guys today. So welcome to Garnisonen, first of all.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So
and who would have thought that we would have so many important people and talking about this very important subject 9 years ago when we started up our restaurant, which is just next door, where you will have lunch within 10 minutes. Because the whole reason why we started was we wanted to combine quality and volume. And the way we could do that was by actually, at the same time, coming up with a solution for sustainability. It was by serving surplus food. And that was 9 years ago. And at those 9 years ago, we were freaks. And it was very strange. And it was actually a bit frightened to go to have lunch with us. Today, 9 years later, we are heroes. Everybody loves us. So that's the change which have been going on for the last 9 years.
So, I mean, if you go here for lunch, I've done it many times, the buffet is amazing. The queue is going through the roof. Like, you have to queue for quite a long time to get there.
That's a problem.
That is a problem, but it shows that you're, like, obviously a very popular restaurant. Tell us a little bit more about, I mean, you spoke about K-märkt and the philosophy behind it. Tell us a little bit more about your drive. Like, I mean, obviously you also have staff in there working with this topic every day. Like, what does your leadership mean to drive these guys to do that?
No, but I mean, K-märkt is a professional restaurant. We operate as any restaurants, but we also have aim to be part of a change. And that aim is for the company, but hopefully also for the people working in our restaurant. And actually today, when the whole business is talking about one of the biggest problems is to be able to source staff, we don't have that problem. And one of the solutions is because that people who come and work for us, they are part of a change. And everybody today, especially the younger generations, they don't just want to have a work. They want to be part of something. And they can be part of a new sustainable way of operating restaurant by working with us at K-märkt. But I want to go back on that, the first thing, because the reason why we started was we wanted to combine volume and quality. And that's very hard if you have a lunch restaurant, because the price in a lunch restaurant is decided by the customer. You can't just get the best ingredients, cook it, and price it and serve it. You have to serve it to the price the customer are willing to pay. And it's not the same during lunch as during dinner. And in Sweden, it's even harder because nobody's having wine for lunch either. So you only have those approximately 100 crowns to cook with. So when we were trying to solve that problem, we ended up with we have to buy bad ingredients to be able to sell it for 100 crowns. And then the whole solution was, but if we can buy ingredients from suppliers or producers or importers, which are surplus food, we can get a better price. And by doing that, we could combine quality and also getting rid of food waste, so to say. So that was the whole beginning of the restaurant. Today, we are using a couple of other also, not maybe so much today, but 9 years ago, they were strange methods. And then one of them is how we cook food. We cook food à la carte. Even if we do like 6 to 8 on the lunch every day, we are not cooking in the morning, keeping it at hold, and serving it during lunch. We are cooking à la carte, which means that we are not, in the end of the day, we don't have a dish left which we need to handle. We have an ingredients left which we can reuse the next day, and the reason we can reuse it is because we have no menu. I mean, the guests, and that's the number one thing, the guests never know what to have for lunch, And even the chefs, when they come to work in the morning, they don't know what to cook for lunch. And that's probably the most genius method we are using, because it means that we can use the resources which are there, and you will have an example of that during the lunch today. So that is two things. A third thing we do for sustainability is that we are serving the food the other way around. It's very simple, but very efficient. So you start with the greens, you end up with the proteins. So by doing that, we are, I used to say cheating, but now you have this fantastic word, nudging. We are nudging our guests every day into a more sustainable dish for themselves and for our world. So that's method number third. And the best thing is the last one. You will not experience today because you are a guest of this conference. So you will have a buffet and you can have as much as you want, but you can't have as much as you want because somebody will be watching you. Yeah? Exactly. But our normal guests, they don't do it that way. They pay their lunch by weight. So what we have actually done, we have put our sustainability work, we don't even have to do it ourselves. We have given it to our guests, and they are doing the sustainable work because nobody wants to pay for more than they actually eat. So we have zero food, plate waste in the restaurant. So that is the four. Not today maybe so strange, but 9 years ago they were strange. But today we have proven that they are working, and we are hoping that more people will follow us.
Well, you're getting a thumbs up from this one here.
Yes.
Perfect.
Good.
So, Jens, can you please share, or is it a secret now then, what we will be eating for lunch? Or do you even know, or how does it work?
No, I mean, the most common thing when a chefs pop on stage just before lunch is to actually know what to have for lunch, yeah? But as I said, you never know at Cormac. Because it's not just that the chefs don't know when they come to work, or the guests don't know when they come to the restaurant. We don't know because we could change from hour to hour. Because we can source ingredients. We don't have to have ingredients for 600 people, even if we have 600 lunch. 100 is okay, because we can serve it to the first 100, and then we can change the dish. So basically, I don't know. I have a little ID, and it's based on avocado. And that's kind of contradictory, because 2 days ago, or 1 day ago, we got the possibility to buy 1 pallet of avocado. And you know, avocado is not the very most sustainable ingredients in the world, but that's what you're going to have for lunch today. And the reason is because that pallet of avocado was too perfect. It was so matured, so it couldn't be distributed to the stores, because it would have been over-matured when it arrived there. So instead, you got it here today, and that was the base for the IDs. It's going to be some South American, Mexican theme on the buffet. There will be a choice of also greens, fish, meat, and also vegetarians. But what exactly, nobody knows.
So even if the avocado is not the most sustainable thing to eat, we will all be food savers for eating it, I guess, right?
And that's one of the main things for Cormac. It's always, if we have the choice of throwing it away or eating it, we always choose eating it, even if it's not the most sustainable ingredients in the world.
Well, this is great. You made me really hungry. I hope that you guys are hungry too. Thank you so much, Jens, for allowing us to taste your creativity here.
Can I just share 2 practical things? Yes. When you hit out here, you go to the right, and you will have your own section in the restaurant. You will have your own buffet, basically. There will be people there telling you how to do it, but that's just the way it's going to be done.
Yes, and I will take, before you leave, I'll take the opportunity. If we get the Menti slide up again, please. I think it's there. Please don't forget to stand it in. And before you leave, please, I will take this opportunity as well to say a big thank you to Her Royal Highness, Princess Marie of Denmark, who will now leave the summit and travel back to Denmark. So on behalf of the summit, I would really like to say thank you for joining us today and for all the work. And once again, please all rise for Princess Marie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Literally. Please. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Yeah, no. Sit. Yeah, no. Yes. Perfect. Welcome back, everybody, from the lunch at Keynote. I hope you enjoyed the creativity of the chefs, like Jens was talking about, and that you are full in your bellies. Well, I am, definitely. So I also hope that you got the chance to connect to someone that you didn't know before, maybe someone even from another Nordic countries. If you haven't, then there is still plenty of chances to do. There's a break, and there's breakout sessions, and it's an after mingle after. So there's plenty of time. But now we're going to kick on with the program. And I think this is the biggest panel so far, I think, right? We're filling up all the chairs. So we are going to focus on some companies in the Nordics really creating change. And we have representatives from the food retailers, but also from canteen, public sectors, etc. So behind me here, this is a tremendous lineup, actually. But we have, I'm just gonna stand here because you can't see you. But basically, we have Marcus Wagen from Stora Coop, Gotland. We have Peter Rönn Pedersen, which is the director of Meyers Mathus. We have Rikke Ram Eblein, senior consultant senior consultant within CSR as Lidl Denmark, and Carl Andersson, CEO at Matsmart. Give them a big hand. Can I sit next to you here?
Yeah, please.
Okay, perfect. Okay. That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you for saving me a seat. That's very kind of you. Well, I would first like to hear just a quick little brief, because you know we have Nordic representatives here, so maybe even if maybe your brands might be known, maybe your food waste work isn't as known. So I would like you just to start with a couple of minutes, just to say, you know, who are you and what are you doing when it comes to food waste?
Yes, should I start?
Yes, of course.
Perfect, thank you. Well, in Meyers we run canteens, we have restaurants, we run bakeries, we do catering, we have ready-made food in the retail, and I'm director of Meyers Madhus, where we do cookbooks, so we do a range of things. What I'm going to talk about today is our canteens and what we see in the public sector. In Meyers Madhus, we every year train around 1,000 public kitchens in how to do sustainable food, in how to lower their food waste, in how to use more organic produce in their everyday production. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our canteens and what I see out there and some learnings from there and what I see out in the public sector. And when I say public sector in Denmark, it's kindergartens, it's schools, it's nursery homes, it's social institutions for homeless, and so on.
Perfect, thank you. We'll move over to you.
Yes, well, from Lidl Denmark, we are part of a larger group where Lidl is, the headquarters is based in Germany, but we are represented in 32 countries around the world, primarily in Europe. Retailer, but of course sustainability and food waste is high on the agenda in there as well. In Lidl Denmark, which I primarily will be representing here, we are doing different kinds of initiatives. One thing is what we can do as a retailer when it comes to products that we're selling, but also doing some sort of project collaboration. It could be with NGOs, it could be with suppliers, all those sorts of things. And one of the things that I'm going to tell about is a little bit where do we have different kinds of initiatives, both within the organization, but also primarily outside.
Perfect, thank you very much. Marcus.
Yes, hello, my name is Marcus. I'm come from Gotland, a little island between Sweden, a very beautiful island, very good climate there, and also have a store there. We have 100 employees in the store. Work with sustainability now for 6 years in the store, 5.5 years. And my goal is to get to zero waste, but we have not so much left to come there. So it's pretty good, I talk about it later.
Perfect. We are very psyched to hear you. And Carl, what do you do?
Yeah, so we're an e-commerce. We buy surplus directly from the brand owners, the biggest producers. I mean, all of them, you know, Nestle, Unilever, and all others. Of course, also the wholesalers of the world that have problems. And we sell it to private households all across our 6 markets. We're running roughly around the 120 million euros. Yeah, that's basically what we do. We do a lot of cool things also. We're not only buying things, we're also moving upstream, if that's the right word. Please correct me. So we are producing things. I have one example, and if you're fast enough, you might try our bar. Yeah.
Wow!
So we actually produce this from saved ingredients. And this is a collaboration, just this one, that we do together with NYX, that does, you know, sugar-free candy. You probably have heard of them. And, you know, when they are producing their NYX, they are kind of, you know, it goes through a machine and it cuts the, you know, the sides of it, right? And the sides ends up in this one. It's really good.
Oh!
Yeah. I'll leave it up here. Anyone else?
You're becoming very popular here all of a sudden, right? Yeah.
And it's only sold on our site, so we're really proud about that. Maybe in Coop.
Yeah, of course. Yes, call me tomorrow.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, okay, that's great. We're doing business as well on stage, like not just networking. Very, very cool. All right. Well, great. Really interesting to hear. So maybe we should just start with a canteen and the work that you have done there. What you mentioned, you're also training all of these kitchens. So how does that go about? Like, how long is the course? Like, how do you do it?
In our canteens, we have worked with food waste for many years, but in a more systematic way since 2019, where we have measured our waste in weight in all of our canteens. And what we can see is that we have reduced the waste from our buffet with 48% since 2029. And in 2022, we reduced it by 20% across the buffet, the plate waste, and the production waste. The 3 main reasons for lowering our waste is the first one is individual portioning, where the staff make the portions for the guests. We can see when they do that the guests need less food. Before measuring our food waste, we estimated 500 to 700 grams per guest per day. Now we estimate 300 to 500 grams per day per guest. So doing the measurement and try to portion out the food makes a big difference in terms of how much food we need to produce. Then, of course, the measurement itself gives greater awareness to food waste, and the chefs gets aware of where to put in some actions. But I also have to say that measurement doesn't do it itself. It doesn't change food waste. You have to translate the data into concrete action, or otherwise the measurement doesn't make any sense. So that's a task out there. And then we try to, I think lowering food waste is motivating in itself, but we also try to translate what we can use the money we save in lowering our food waste for. And we would like to use more organic produce. So when we lower our food waste, the chefs can buy more organic produce, and we can have a higher degree or level of organic use. And that's something that the chefs in the kitchen take very big pride in. But also we give our chefs a higher salary if they lower their CO2 emissions. So if they can lower their food waste, so they also will get higher paid. So we try to make some initiatives that, it's incentives, I think it's called in English, to work with on an everyday basis. That's what we see in our canteens. In the public sector, it's very different, but I think I can come back to that.
Yes, of course. That's super interesting and inspiring to hear. I'm going to move over to Rikke. Lidl, obviously being a global company, Like, how do you work with food waste with regards to, like, you're obviously locally in Denmark, and how is your initiative globally transferring into Denmark?
Yeah. So one thing is, being part of a large company, we can really do an impact if we look at the whole sustainability in each sector of the value chain, just in general. So what works in Denmark, we've had it before, what works in one place doesn't initially work in another country. But for Denmark's sake, we try to see where can we do what in order of best practices that we can share across the organization. And one thing is, on the total micro level, is what can I do and what can the different departments do? What can procurement do? What can waste and logistics do? What can, excuse me, what can all the different departments do? And we need to have that sharing knowledge within the organization, but also outside with the suppliers, with the customers, with the shareholders and everything. So one thing is to, I can't do it alone, but to have the dialogue, the constant dialogue, what is possible, because there is a lot of gold knowledge that people don't know is a key to a solution. And we need to get that. So, for instance, could be if we have a see that, what about the food charities? That is one thing that we talk about, that is all the time. Christmas and Easter, we can get food there. But if the logistics manager doesn't know what could be other areas that we can turn things up to, because that is just a teeny tiny part compared to if it's a product that we sell in the store. So in order to get the good possible, starting the conversation is one really, really important thing. And I'm very much aware that we need to go from conversations to actions. So that is high on the agenda, to actually get the conversations moving towards some sort of actions. Not sure if you want to hear something about the different initiatives, or if
I do want to hear, but I'm going to save it for a little bit. But I do want to hear the different initiatives, because what we heard when we started to plan this conference, it was very obvious that people wanted to hear the initiatives, the good examples to inspire into action, like we have heard before, we need to act. So yes, please save them. From data into action, you have done that.
Yeah.
So please share a little bit what your initiatives around food waste. We know each other from before, so I've been visiting your store, which is crazy amazing. So share a few of your initiatives that you do.
With food waste, like I said before, it was 5 years ago, 2018, we throw away 120 ton food in a container behind the store, cooled big dumpers. So we throw away 120 ton, and all the stores in Sweden, I think, that sells over 200 million, it's round about between 100 and 200 ton. But we throw away 120, 2018. 2019, it was 95. 2020, it was 40 ton. 21, 16 ton. 22, 7.4 ton. And this year it's going to be around 6 ton.
That deserves an applaud.
And we don't dig it down in the forest. It's Ragn-Sells numbers, so it's definitely correct. And we have probably 80, 90 different things that we do in the store, of course. And
so we're going to be sitting here then for a while you list, no? But can you then see, based on that is obviously astonishing work that you've been doing, can you see one or maybe two key initiatives that have given you like the biggest impact of this?
At the start for everything was that White Guide started a little thing between that called Green, White Guide Green. So a little competition, but it was 180 dots that we can read about, and if you do like that, you're going to be sustainability. And we start to work with every dot there. And after the first year, we won one prize. We are the best vegan store in Sweden. So when a little store in Gotland win a prize and take the prize on the ferry down to Gotland, and then we have 100 people stand there and yes, we won, we are the best in Sweden. It starts the proudness and all the thing. Everyone in the store just get excited, of course, and start to think about how can we get down with the food waste. So I probably have 20, 30 different things that we started directly in every, because it's what should we do with all the cheese, what should we do with all the meat, and of course the bread is a big thing. So we start in every part of the store. And after that we started with a company that I don't know if it's called
inventory.
The whole store, and then put date in the data, and the data called Why Waste, and the data told me that data told me where should I go, and just look at one directly product. Before that, we go around with blocks and pencils and write it down, everything, and then you have to turn pages. It was very complicated. We start with that directly. I talked to, he come here later, I think. I talked to him when he was a startup, and in Gotland, because we have a political week in week 27. So I talked to them and I said that contact me directly because I'm going to work at Coop the next year. And they did, and we started with them, and it's perfect for us because then we go from 95 ton to 40 ton. And then I have we're making vodka. I should not.
Did you bring some?
Speak about.
No,
no, I don't. Yeah. Cucumber. No, we from all the Kellogg's cornflakes to muesli to sugar to flours to pasta, of course. A lot of pasta that's gonna break. And we had a friend of me, not a friend before. I know him now. He come to me and told me that I'm making vodka from a little factory. But it's they already sell to Systembolaget, so they are he is very good at it. So it's not a homemade thing.
This is sounding better and better, I would say. Yes.
So he starts. So he pick up about 150 kilo every week, and it's only 4 places in Sweden that making vodka, because if you're making gin, you buy vodka from Germany or France, and then you buy vodka, and then you're making gin in Sweden, and they call it Swedish gin. But it's not. Yeah, it is, but not directly. But he making it from the beginning. So I have 4 boxes, banana boxes, for shit that I should throw away. And I told him how many bottles, between 15 and 20 bottles of vodka. Yeah, but how many months it's gonna take? It's taking 5 or 6 days from pasta that we have to throw away to vodka.
So that's one creative way of obviously working with food waste.
Yeah.
Yes. So
that was 2 things. So
that's great.
We sell it on Systembolaget now. So
that is
yes,
really, really good.
Called Spill, if you want to.
Spill.
I'm not earning nothing about it. Coop is not earning nothing about it. He just pay me a few dollars, kronor, Swedish crowns for each box. So we got a little for it.
Yeah, what do you guys say? You're going to start doing vodka?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
So
make a co-op.
Yeah. So I want to talk to you as well. Obviously, in e-commerce, what do you like? When you started, you were quite alone on the Swedish market. How is it looking now? Is it a lot of like? Have you been followed by quite a lot?
Yeah, no. I mean, so when we started, I would say that the knowledge around food waste was very, very little. So normally tell the story about, like, you know, the much as was written about food waste back in 2014 when we started the business, the same amount is written in newspapers, you know, the first minute of 2013, 23, right? So it's a huge more, you know, awareness in the society today. And just, you know, you creating this forum is amazing, right? Adding to that. And then again, in the beginning, very few saw what we're doing, very few believed that this could actually be something and be a business. Today, there are initiatives around Europe that does similar things, but are very small. I would say that we're still very much the only one that are at scale really doing this, and one of the very few, we call ourselves impact company. So we're one of the very few big impact companies still.
And where are you going with this? Are you going to create more products, do you see?
But I very much, you know, I made a joke about all of this, but I think this is a really good story, actually. You know, we would like to say that we are bringing dinner conversations to our customers. Maybe not on a protein bar, right? But we also have soups, we have tomatoes, we have a lot of other things that you can actually make real food from, and we sell that, and all of that is made from saved produce. So this is something that is something that we just started, and I would like to, you know, I would like this to be sold both at Lidl and Coop and all other places, right? Because this is something good for everyone. Of course, I need to spin it out so you don't see me as a competitor. I don't think I will ever be.
You can sell my stuff in yours.
Happy to. I sell your liquor, you sell my chocolate. Oh.
Perfect. This is great. Let's jump a little bit back to you, Peter, with the public sector and the initiatives that you're doing there.
Yep. Yes, in Majas Madhus, we train in the municipality of Copenhagen. There's 1,000 kitchens, and we train them all in how to do more sustainable food, and we train 12 other municipalities also. And what we see there is a little bit different from what we see in our canteens, because it's another context. And I will say measurement is important in the public sector also to know your food waste, but also to make. Is it me turning too much?
Get another microphone,
I'll
please?
try to sit still.
Or sit still?
Fine. I'll try to sit still.
You shouldn't have to sit still, but please. Do we use that instead?
I'll just sit still, I think. We use, of course, measurement to create awareness, but in our kindergarten with one person to do food for, like, let's say 50 people, they don't have the time to do measurement on weight on a daily basis. So we need to train them to do measurement in other ways, by photo documentation or just by observation. And I say this because, again, back to the point, measurement mustn't be the goal itself. And that's very important in the public sector, because it's very different setting to do food for 50 people in a kindergarten compared to a school with 1,500 pupils. So that's one point. Also, in the institutions and public sector, we see that the main part of the food waste is not in the kitchen. It's out in the departments where they serve the food for the kids or for the school kids or for the elderly people in the nursery homes. So the kitchen actually don't know how much food waste they produce. So coordination and communication between the other staff and the kitchen is very important. So this is very basic, but we help them how to do a scheme where they can coordinate how many children is in the institution today, how many was yesterday, were there food waste yesterday, and so on. So in a systematic way, can go in and change your production plans. And it's very basic, but actually it makes a great difference just to make a scheme where they can coordinate and they measure by observation. That's and one third point should be, I think, the culinary training, because I think people in the world eat food because it tastes well. And we need to use the leftovers. We need to use all of the vegetables and so on. But in the public sector, we see not only chefs, we see people without education, we see people that don't even speak Danish, and don't have any education. So we need to train them in how to use the whole of the vegetables. We need to train them how to use the leftovers. And I have to say, there's a a limit to how much bread can contain of leftovers from the day before. So we need to focus on how to train them in how to do healthy, sustainable food where you use food waste.
That's really inspiring. Thank you for the work that you're doing. I know that you have some initiative also to share with us. That you do.
One thing is, if some of our suppliers says we have some leftovers, one example is we have leftovers apple cores when we are doing this. What can we do about it? One thing that we helped them to co-develop was an apple cider vinegar made from the apple cores. That also, since we have a private label section, also won the Sustainability Award of the Year because it was part of the circularity to enhance that instead of just throwing away the apple cores, can we use it to produce something else? Kind of like what we see here. That is one thing. And to create awareness of that, also because I highly agree that there are people out there, consumers, that needs to be, some would say, educated, enlightened, whatever. What can we do? And in that part, we team up with, we have a cooperation with Too Good To Go, where you can buy what we call luggy bags or rescue bags. But we also have a cooperation with them on how to have a competition about how can you make food with leftover food, because people need to know what can we do about it. Not just the whole carrot, but also how can you make leftover food to something that you really want to waste. So creating awareness is another way of doing it that we can support some of the systems. So one thing is, what can we do in the products that we have in the assortment? We can also do, we spoke about earlier, what kind of problems can we solve? When we talk about ethical problems, we were one of the first ones that introduced not to have fast-growing chickens. Because one thing is what the customer is supposed to choose. We spoke about free will before. Another thing is, what can we as a retailer take a stand for the customer? And I know that the turbo fast-growing chicken is not directly linked to food waste. It's just an example where can we as a retailer also make some decisions that will make a better choice for the customer. Not just an easy choice. Easy choice is one of the things, but also sometimes a quality choice.
Well, this is good. We also have breakouts coming up, which is talking about consumer behaviors and also how the industry, like yourself, food retailers, whatever, can also help the customers change their behaviors. So that's really good. I want to open up the floor as well for questions, if there is some, because there might be someone that have some questions to these eminent people on stage, food retailers, e-commerce, public canteens. Yes, in the middle, if we can get a microphone in there, please.
Thank you, and it's inspiring to hear your stories about the initiative that has worked. My question is more in regards to, my name is Charlotte, by the way. My question is more in regards to how can you make sure that this scales fast?
Are you talking about the initiatives that are already being that are already being done?
Take example Coop, for example. We know that the initiatives may be not scalable in all of the Coop stores at the moment. So how can you make sure that what you're doing is scaled?
So I'll let Marcus, you answer shortly, and we take it after this.
Not so easy to everything that I do that every Coop in Sweden should do. But if I do 10 things and one Coop store take one thing that I have started, then it's perfect. And of course, I have to talk about it. I have to come out here and talk about it. But it's just 2 things that I've talked about now, but I have a lot of things that I can talk about, of course. So storytelling and meeting with people, collaboration, of course.
Perfect. And Rika, you answered that.
Yes, please. I would like to go a little bit back what I started out. The dialogue and the coordination is very important, because one thing is, if there is a large retailer who says, now we're doing this initiative and we are rolling it out in 32 countries, that is one thing. I believe what we do in Denmark is more the Trojan mice. We need to try and see what works and what can be scaled up. And one thing is that if we have an initiative that actually works in Denmark, of course I'm going to share it with the headquarters down in Germany to see, could this maybe be rolled out either on an adjusted way so that it fits a different country, or we need a lot of testing before, and I'm not saying testing in order because I'm totally aware we have a time issue here, but we also have, as a large scale organization, the possibilities to actually try different things and see what actually works. And when we have a thing, then we can do the major rollout of things.
Carl, you want to do it?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention as well that, I mean, for us it has been super important to show that this actually can scale. So we have been very much focusing on showing that this is not something that is unique for the Scandinavians. It's something that could roll out in the total of Europe, and we very much think that the phenomenon that we have created is a global phenomenon.
Perfect. Selina?
Awesome initiatives, really. Regarding the food waste products, your products, I'm thinking, how do we prevent that the food waste products are in itself becoming an industry? I mean, for example, as you see in my presentation, I already said that we have ugly tomato ketchup, the ugly spring rolls, but they're campaign goods, which means that sometimes you do have ugly spring rolls and sometimes you don't. And sometimes there are ugly tomatoes, sometimes there don't. And actually the producer of the ugly tomatoes cut their food waste in half already 3 years ago. So they have achieved the SDG 12.3. How do we prevent that the ugly food industry in itself becoming an industry? So it's just becoming another sales channel instead of preventing the overproduction to begin with.
Yeah, but super relevant, right? I mean, we live in these, you know, the food industry, as you all know, is a massive one. So we very much live in the area where problems, you know, arises. So therefore, one of our biggest challenges is that if we have a huge success on a Tuesday with, I don't know, Coca-Cola, sherry, flavorish, something, we got you all excited about that, we won't be able to, you know, invite you to come back and buy the exact same thing. So that is what we live in, and I very much agree. How do we, you know, then it becomes a problem of its own. But the thing that we are trying to scale is not walking besides our, you know, the producers. So if they have a problem, you know, if they're selling this constantly, and we can pick up the things that are damaged or whatever, and do something good about it, then that's something scalable.
It's not like continuous flow. I mean, it's someday they have something, someday they don't have something.
Yeah. That's how we live, I guess.
So we have 3 more questions. One there. I know Anja was waving also as well. Yeah, please go.
Shall I?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Lena, and I'm working for Generation Waste, which is a small company in Gothenburg and in Sweden, working with food waste. I have a question for Mayes Marhus. How do you reach all these people working in your canteens, educating them? Do you have a system for it? Is it digital? Do you reach all of them? And what kind of education is it that you give them?
Yeah, we have both digital knowledge sharing and then we do training in Mayes Madhus. We train the public kitchens. We also train our own chefs in how to do delicious food and using leftovers and so on. And then we have a structure organization where the kitchens talk together, and we bring up on a quarterly basis the experience. How are we developing? Do we need more actions? What kind of action works in the kitchens? Those small plates works? No, not that small, maybe a little bit. So we try to share knowledge across the kitchens, both in smaller groups and 2 times a year in a bigger group. But it is very important both in our canteens and in the public sectors that we bring data back and show them the development and talk to them about you did that had that effect, what can we do more? So it's kind of a circular movement we have to do all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anja?
Thank you. Great. Very interesting conversation. I was wondering, well, I'd like to congratulate you from Coop with your amazing success. It's a nice jacket. I was wondering, I talked earlier about how we need to move away from abundancy, this idea of constant abundancy, overflowing fruits and veggies and fresh bread until closing hours. And I'm going to welcome you to tear my argument apart. I was wondering, has that been something that you've been working with, to going from like this constant abundancy to more of a sufficiency level when it comes to what you offer your clients? That's one, and then a short second, which is because you talked about the investing in technology for knowing when the food is about to expire, and I was wondering what I assume it costs a little bit. What were your incentives to do that investment?
Two questions. I'm a guy, so I have just one in the head now. The first one, we talk about it a lot. We get together and we talk about we can't just buy things and put it on the shelves. We have to know that what we put in the shelf gonna sell. So every time, for every single part of things that we throw away, because when I started to organize it in the data tell me that now you have throw away a lot of things from just that one, that source of food. So you might not buy it again. Yes, I don't. Then I put it away. So we talk about it a lot, and in fruit and vegetables and that area, we don't buy so much. In bread, we told the pågen or polfärsk that they can't put in 12 of them, just put in 8 of them. And I take picture of bread, and I make a carpet with Too Good To Go. So they made it to me, and I directly from 12.5% of waste from pågen go to 6% in 2 months. And when we talk about numbers in Gotland, it's 10 ton each month that we just throw away. Or we don't. We are real bad. All the stores in Sweden are bad to educate customers for what's right in the stores. Lidl are very bad, and also we. No, I'm just kidding. No. But we are bad. So we have to educate customers, of course. And if we do that in storytelling and things that we do in the store, we can tell them that this is not acceptable. At 9 o'clock, it's a full shelf with bread. No, we just buy 8 of them. And oh, sorry, it's empty. So I have to be strong and just say to the customers and explain to them. And the guy and the girl that works at with bread, they know that, and they are proud to tell their customers. So that's a key point.
I'm going to have to stop there.
Sorry.
But it's super interesting. And again, I wish all of these panels were going on for an hour. And I think maybe you have to have a discussion outside, which is great. You are staying around, of course, and you will be around for the breaks. Pardon me. For the people that did not have time to ask the questions. So a big round of applause for all of the 4 of you. Thank you so much. Hello, here we go. Well, here you come with carrots and saucepans. So perfect. We've now heard about the food retailers, and now we're going to hear a little bit what happens before the food retailers. And here to inform us about that is agriculture policy analyst from the Swedish Board of Agriculture, Karin Lindhaus. No? Let's see, can we then get a hand mic to Karin if it doesn't work? Thank you.
Now it works.
Oh, now you have a little bit of a double situation going on. Or, let's see. No, I think it works. Perfect.
Okay, so let's talk about food losses. Food is produced using valuable resources like land, water, fertilizers, animals, energy, and hard work, with the aim of reaching the quality that we consumers demand. But some of the food production never makes it past the farm gate, the packery, or industry doors. In Sweden, we have measured food losses for 8 product groups. It's beef, pork, milk, seafood, wheat, potatoes, carrots, and strawberries. And I know that there's similar work going on in other Nordic countries. And this is quite a new field of knowledge, how to measure, what to include, and how to really understand the reasons and drivers of food losses. And we have published 6 reports, and there are more to come. And most of the studies have been carried out by researchers at the Swedish University of Agriculture. And the project has been in collaboration between authorities and also farmers and industry representatives. And now to the results. First, carrots. 1/3 was lost. So you see these ones. A little bit of, yeah, 2/3 became food. And this one was food loss. And the main reasons for this food loss was, maybe I should put them on the, here, easier.
It's fine now. Oh, it's fine, perfect. Now I have my hands. And the main reasons for the food loss was broken carrots, carrots having the wrong size, and rotten carrots. And the food loss became feed, or became waste as biogas and compost, and some was left in the field. And this is a loss of money for the growers, and it's a loss of used resources. And this applies to all the following commodities. Potatoes, then there were 1 out of 6 potatoes didn't leave farms and packeries to become food. And the main reasons to this was green potatoes, damages, rots, wrong size, and skin discoloration. And the share was much lower compared to carrots, but it was double the volume. It was 75,000 tons of potatoes. And now on to strawberries, where a considerable part of the strawberries were left at the field at harvest, up to 50% at some farms that we studied last summer. And the strawberries, they have a very short harvest window, and you have to harvest them at the right time. Finding personnel for this can be a problem for the growers. And roots and tubers, they have a very low carbon footprint. So even a quite high food loss will give a limited carbon impact, climate impact. For meat and dairy, it's the other way around. And we studied data of all cattle in Sweden for both milk and beef production. And 8% of the slaughtered weight of beef was lost at farm level, as was 3% of the slaughtered weight of pigs. In addition, a large part of the edible byproducts from slaughter, like offal and blood, was not used for food. 156 million potential servings of black pudding went to waste 1 year. So we don't eat much of the blood, but we used to before, from tradition. And to put it into a context, the greenhouse gas emissions from the cattle and pigs and milk lost at farm levels amounted to 9% of the emissions from the whole animal sector in Sweden. And animal health and welfare is high in the Nordic countries, but we really need to keep on that good work and be on the front line to keep losses at a minimum. And there are also side streams from the food industry that could be used for new food products or become feed. And so what do we need to do? From our results, we see that good production methods are very important, and that profit is a key for the farmers to being able to afford in investing in the solutions that promote sustainability and resource efficiency. So the food chain needs to optimize the production and diversify to prevent losses. And this requires improved knowledge. We need to learn about this and how to prevent food losses.
and new technology and innovations. And actors of all the stages in the food system can act on this, also retailers, chefs, consumers, and authorities, because this is the work we need to do together. Come here, Nick.
Yeah, take your carrots and come over here, please. And also, please join me on stage. Mats Lidholm, CEO of Fazer Sweden, and Victoria Olsson, Senior Sustainability Manager from Arla Foods. And you get your microphone there. And give them, please, a hand. Thank you, and thank you for a very interesting presentation. How many million blood puddings did you say? 156?
Million, yeah.
That is a
potential servings. Yeah.
That is a crazy number and quite a lot of blood puddings. Really, wow. Mats, let's start with you. You work for Fazer Sweden as managing director. Sorry, Fazer being a Nordic company, its main seat in Finland. So you represent Finland a little bit here too, I guess. Please, I was intrigued to hear about your work on food when we chatted before. I know, first of all, that you invented some new products as well. Similar to MatSmart, but tell us a little bit how you did.
I think in general, we are a family-owned business with 130 years of history. And I think working and taking care of what we do has been a red thread throughout our history. When searching our history, I actually found that the first product that we launched using food loss was launched already in 1916. So a considerable time ago, when a brand called Da Capo was introduced, where we used some praline side streams into a new confectionery product. So it has been there for quite some time. Today, of course, this is an area very much high on the agenda for us as an organization. We believe that we work with healthy, sustainable food products and products that brings additional joy to everyday life. And everything we do should be built on a clear mission and a purpose. So it's a food with a purpose, where the purpose is really about building the sustainability to the sustainability aspect of our business. And one important part of that, and one example that Åsa is referring to, is a work that both brings considerable dedication and willingness to take risks into the equation, but also uses our resources in a way that we couldn't perhaps possibly believe. There is a sweetener in the global market called xylitol. Originally a Finnish invention from the 1970s. Production in Europe today is predominantly in Austria, and it's using birch as from the tree as the raw material. I had a colleague 5-6 years ago who was working as a business developer in our confectionery business and realized that she couldn't get hold of xylitol made from Finland for our chewing gum. So based on that, she started to understand and to figure out how this could be accomplished, and realized that in the oat husks that we have as leftovers, where we take the oat hull into use, we could identify considerable amounts of xylose, which is then the raw material for xylitol. And she embarked on a journey over 3 years through considerable testing, through running it through the investments, and finally getting board approval and a startup now to, in big scale, use the 40,000 tons worth of oat husks that our mill in Lahtis is generating every year, transforming that through an intriguing process into xylitol. And today we are producing, we will be reaching annual production of 3,000 to 4,000 tons worth of xylitol for our own use into sweeteners, which is better than the traditional sugar, and also to extend that into other kind of productions, all the way to skincare products, basically. So it's a versatile use of it. The really interesting part is that the leftovers, when we've extracted the silos, is then a energy-rich, what we call an oat cake, that we transfer to our neighbors, so just next door, when Lahti Energy is turning this into bioenergy, and we are basically self-sufficient then in terms of energy usage for our own facility in Lahti. And on a very sunny day, we can actually give a little bit surplus to the local community as well. A wonderful, I think, example of how you could turn something that is and was considered waste into some valuable products.
I do think that's a fascinating story, and I also thought when we talked about it that it was interesting because the lady that they came up with the idea, she wasn't really working with this at all.
No, before turning into business development, she was actually an internal auditor. So,
anyone can do it, right?
A bit of a development, and with some fearless creativity, you can reach very far.
That's really fascinating. Victoria, you represent Arla Food, which means that you can speak both on behalf of the farmers, but also the dairy industry, and you have also taken action to nudge consumers in the right direction. So I'm going to start with the farm. So what is the main reasons at your end that waste will occur?
On farm, one of the reasons could be when the cows need antibiotic treatment, for example, because then we have to discard all the milk during that treatment. And of course, that is also a financial loss for the farmer. So just as Karin was talking a bit about, we're welcoming new technology. We already have a lot of technology on farm. So, for example, the cows have these activity collars. It's like a fitness tracker. So we can monitor how much they are laying down, how much they ruminate, how much they move. And then we can see early on if something is changing. Maybe they have an infection or pain somewhere, and we can, the farmers can treat it earlier so that we don't have to come to the stage where they need antibiotic treatment. We also have body scanning technology so that we can see how much feed the cows need, so that we don't feeding too much or too little. Of course, animal welfare is key for the farmers for many reasons.
The things I didn't know before we arranged a Nordic Food Waste Conference, that you body scan cows. Karin, you shared your report here with the blood and the offal that is not used for food. So you also said, in the early days, we used to use the whole animal. So what do you think, if you get to speculate a little bit, what do we need to do in order to combat that and save all those blood puddings?
I think product development, producing new kinds of products, but it also, of course, it needs to be tasteful, and it has to be sold and go all the way to the belly so that we really eat the products. But we can make tasty products and make consumers more aware of, if you eat meat, you should eat more of, or at least try more parts of the animal. Then there's also the exports for large slaughterhouse companies. They have an export to other countries, and that's also important because it goes to food there.
Then, Victoria, one of the reasons you mentioned to me that one of the reasons that dairy goes to waste is the temperature. So the need to lower the temperature in the whole of the cooler chain in a way. What do you think we need to make that happen?
Well, there are a few studies on this about the cooling chain temperature, and as you know, probably we have a much higher temperature in Sweden than compared to many other countries. And I think what we need to do, because I haven't seen any fresh studies in Sweden, I think this is changing rapidly. So a study from 2016 is already old. So I think we need to look at what does this mean today, because of course retail has been really good at building in fridges and the cooling chain is different now as compared to a few years ago. But I think we need to look at that. We need to look at how much can we actually save and what would the investments be today, because there's also a lot of old truths about this being so expensive, we can't do it. But what does it really look like today?
So that's interesting. One other interesting thing, what I found, I was talking to you, and you then in our initial talk spoke about that you have incorporated like a lowered food waste structure into your like bonus structure, which I thought was super fascinating and maybe could inspire others. Can you share the thoughts behind that and maybe inspire others to do the same?
I mean, absolutely, and traditional volumetrics sales and returns have always been something that we tend to build into our incentive programs. Since I think it's dating 10 years back or something like that, we have another component being safety. So securing that our workplaces are safe. We've now extended that so that there is an additional component, and this starts from this year, where we will be measuring our food losses as part of the incentive program as well. And the long-term vision, of course, is to reduce our food losses by 50% by 2030. So what we've done then is to integrate this on a personal level, depending on what function you have in the organization, and to distribute the responsibility of reducing food losses in our entire system to the individuals, because that's where the magic happens, as we just spoke about in the terms of our internal auditor and her work. So this is now fully adopted in the organization and working for the first year in 2023.
So you've all been touching upon this, and you've also already shared examples on how you work in it, and it's obvious that the food chain needs to optimize and diversify the production in order to prevent food loss and waste. So this will require both improved knowledge, it will require technology, new innovations. We will have a panel discussion later on in the afternoon about new innovations and solutions. Can you just please maybe just comment or share, like, what do you think is needed, and how will you aim to maybe embrace even further new knowledge or spread new knowledge or technology?
Yeah, I think we can do a lot, and I mean both in production, obviously in our dairies. We do see that we have byproducts that can be ingredients in other products, for example. And if I would put a product here, it would probably be filmjölk, sour milk, because that's a great product to catch different side streams to create a new product with. But also, of course, towards consumers. We need to inspire consumers. And also, we got great examples from how you work in restaurants. And we also work to inspire restaurants, like how to freeze different dairy products, for example, like which ones can you freeze directly, which ones do you have to prepare before you freeze them, and so on. And the same goes for consumers. So yeah, keep an eye open. We will, in Arla social media, we will do more with food waste. Yes.
Keep your eyes open. Perfect.
I think one aspect to this, and partly we've touched upon it during the morning session as well, is of course how we create requirements and standards of our business that are similar across borders. I mean, we all represent Nordic companies and the Nordic countries, and if there is a certain kind of regulation in one country different to another, then that creates complexity. So as a message back to this Nordic community of get together, make sure that from a rules and regulations point of view, we are one, not 4 or 5. I think that's a really, really important aspect to it. And then obviously, I mean, we are in a part of the world where we tend to work together. And I think it has never been more important to truly work together than what it is now. And I think we partly mentioned it during the morning session as well, and I had a discussion over the the lunch break on Matmissionen, the initiative that we now work on in Sweden, where the food retailers all together, the food suppliers all together have joined forces. We are creating stores for people in hard times in terms of their financial situation. So you can become a member if you have a salary of less than 13,000 Swedish, so 1,200 euros. You get a membership card and you can buy your food stuff in the stores at about 30% of the traditional price in the ordinary stores. The supply comes from the retailers and their warehouses. Our excess supply, we bring back bread and we give it away to Matmissionen. We also work together in terms of facilitating the whole distribution system so that it becomes as efficient as ever possible. An absolutely wonderful way of taking care of surplus, what should be waste, and turn that together into something valuable. Today, there are 5 stores in the Stockholm area. We're opening a 6th store here in a few weeks' time in Norrtälje, and the ambition is to, over the next 3-4 years, expand that into 20-25 stores across the country. And that is going to reduce food waste. As well as the Princess said during the opening session, it has a strong ethical aspect to it as well.
Which is very important as well.
Sure.
Any closing remarks? Yeah, well, I heard an audience coming along. Good. I love that you are engaged. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm thinking about having the knowledge to know how to act. So, and that's by, like, for my part, we try to get national data on this, but you can work with this in any company and any stage of the food chain, and also at home to be aware of why am I throwing this away and why do I need to. So it's not just data and numbers, it's finding out the reasons and then acting. Yeah.
I will let that be the final words for this panel. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. You can sit in the chairs and give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Well, I think it's safe to say that we need to work both preventively, both early in the chain, but also late in the chain, because the problem is basically everywhere. So thank you so much for sharing this. It's now time for some breakout sessions, and they will start at 1:15. So we will have 3 breakout sessions going on. The Nordic Action breakout session will take place here in this room, starting at 1:15, hosted by Matvet from Norway. And then we have, if you're listening in to the consumer behavior panel, it will take place in Hagaparken, which is, if you go out here, you take a right, and then up the stairs. So there's 2 red stairs. So if you go out here, take a right and up the stairs. And if you're listening into the donation panel, you go out here, you take a left, and then up the stairs. There will be people outside showing you. But it starts at 1:15, so just shake a bit, and then off we go, and there will be coffee after that.
I think that we need to start in just 1-2 minutes. So please find your seats.
So we're going to give them a hand mic.
Okay. Skal jeg bare begynne? Hæ? Okay. I think we should start. A warm welcome to this breakout session, where we will talk about joint Nordic action, which in my mind is the most interesting topic today. Hope you all agree. Today, we have heard a lot about common challenges. We have heard a lot about the need for taking more action. And yes, our common goal of halving food waste is ambitious. And yes, we need more action. I will start to thank the Nordic Council of Ministers for inviting Matved to organize this breakout session. It's a great honor. My name is Anne-Grete Haugen. I'm the managing director at Matved. I started in Matved back in 2014. And actually before that, I worked at PepsiCo company for the Nordics. And at that time, I was battling winning market shares. But today, the fight is more against food waste. So I prefer the second one. Together with Anna-Maria at Matved and Johan from SAMS, we will take you through this breakout session. And actually, we have a goal of this session. And it's actually to bring something concrete forward, some valid points to the Nordic Council of Ministers. So for them to discuss the further way on how we in the Nordics should work closer together. So therefore, this breakout session will be divided into two. First, I will give you a brief overview of how we work in Norway. And then Johan from SAMS will do the same for Sweden. And after that, the most important part will be that we have 3 companies with us today, which we will discuss some interesting questions with. So this is the second part. But first, briefly, I will tell you a little bit about Matved and how we work in Norway. Matved was founded back in 2012, and it's actually owned by the sector federations, associations, from the industry, retail, and hospitality sector. But we have heard a lot about financing today and the need for funds. So we are funded both by the sectors, but also we are supported by the authorities. And actually we have one aim, and this is to contribute to help the companies to actually succeed in halving the food waste by 2030. And we do so through insights and tools, and of course in close cooperation with the authorities, we also work to raise the consumer awareness about food waste. The latest number shows that in Norway, we throw away 400,000 tons edible food which should have been eaten by people. And this is equal to 47 kilo per habitant. And households stand for approximately 50%, whereas the value chain for food stands for the other 50%. And if we do include the primary sector and the seafood industry, the amount of food waste is actually higher. It's 450,000 tons. And as you see here, it's fresh bakery, fruit and vegetables, prepared meals, fresh meals, etc., which are the largest category. And expired shelf life is actually the main cause across the value chain. As we have heard today, food systems are complex, and the root causes are also divided and multiple. In Norway, food waste has declined with 10% the last 5 years. And however, the national sub-target goal of 15% was not reached. But I need to tell you that 5 out of 8 sectors actually reach the 15% target. But unluckily, households, public sector, and the food industry are behind. The negotiated agreement is a voluntary agreement, and this was signed by 5 ministries and 12 sector organizations back in 2017. And the nice thing with this agreement is actually that companies can join. They can join the agreement by signing a declaration of endorsement, where they actually commit themselves to report on their food waste numbers, the data, each year, but also to report on what kind of initiatives they have taken internally or externally. And what we see is that monitoring, we have heard that several times today, and reporting food waste is actually an action itself. It helps. And the joint companies, which you see here, in average, they have reduced food waste by 17% since 2015. Actually, recently, the Minister of Climate and Environment and the Ministry of Agriculture and Food has recently set up a committee who should assess actions and measures to ensure that Norway also meets the target, the 2030 target. And actually, this committee should also see how a food law should be included. But I need to underline that the negotiated agreement, which I just told you about, will continue to be central for reducing food waste in Norway. And the main task for the committee is to identify the most important barriers to prevent the reduction of food waste and include them as the basis for the assessment. And Matved, we are honored. We are the secretary of the committee, and actually the final report should be completed by the end of this year. So we have no time to lose. There are many good examples, and actually today we have heard about the many good examples across the Nordics. And I just have some few with me here today. The first one is very interesting, because by consumer research, we do see that both packaging solutions, labeling, and also the date marking, the shelf life is actually the most important actions companies should take to help consumer to throw less food. And this insight is important, and we share it as much as we can with the companies. And I'm also happy to say that Matved, we was actually the driving force, and Norway the first country to launch the best before, often good after, back in 2018. Other effective actions is the system for discount. For many years back, or 4 or 5 years back, maybe 1-2 shops practiced that. Today, all the retail chains have that in place, which is great. When it comes to the HoReCa sector, hotel, restaurant, canteens, etc., smaller plates, heard about that also today. But we also see that it's more common to communicate their own food waste. For example, an hotel. You can come in, you can see a sign. They tell you, yesterday we threw away 30 kilo of food waste. This is not good, so please help us to reduce the food waste. This was not actually accepted before. It's more and more accepted now. And actually the guests actually appreciate that this openness. New product innovations, we also heard about that today. One example in Norway is a brand called Mere Enn, which actually produce pizzas with those not ugly carrots, because this is not a good word to express the carrots, but carrots which is not have the right size or shape. So here you see a collage with many leading brands having the best before, often good after. And why do we present this and underline this action? Yes, because it's easy, it's simple, it's understandable, and we do believe this is a huge potential in the Nordics. And not only in the Nordics, but in the whole EU. Need to go a bit further. So, how to reach the 2030 goal? Yes, of course, we need to have focus on the biggest category with food waste, as mentioned before. We need more cooperation in the value chain. We need to use more technology innovation in order to make that happen. And I would like to just underline the QR code you see here. This will actually happen this year. Leading brands will actually have a QR code, and the unique thing with this QR code is actually that the shelf life will be included. So from the stores, the shop manager we heard about today, from searching for products close to expiry date manually, this could be happened automatically. But also nice thing towards the consumers is actually that you can communicate directly with the consumers. You can remind them that they have chicken in the fridge, which is about to expire the shelf life, and please put it on, make some dinner today with this product. Now, I will actually share some nice results out from our research project Matvet was a partner in, called Bread. From the Bread project, a 3-year project focused on responsible research innovation, we actually launched the 10 principles. And the 10 principles will be the background for the dialogue with the companies later on. So I will just show you the companies actually who stand behind the principles. This is not just a report saying that we should do so and so and so. This is actually those companies agree on the 10 principles. And of course, we don't have time to go through all the principles. I have just highlighted 4 of them, but it will not appear, but I can repeat. Today, we will talk more about the principles which point out a direction for how should we cooperate more in the value chain, how should we cooperate more with the authorities, how should we also include more the consumers as part of the solution. So this is the background for the conversation with the companies very, very soon. And I would just highlight that it's about our production. It's about our sales. It's about order forecast not meeting the real demand. And this is complex. It's not one solution who fits all. But with these principles, and we think this is a very good start. And personally, I really believe on the 10 principles as a nice and concrete input also to the Nordic Council of Ministers as a way forward, not only in Norway, but actually for the whole Nordics. So I think I will stop there and give the floor to Johan so that we have enough time for the conversation with the companies later on. So thank you so far.
Let's try microphone number 2. Well, nice to meet you, all you people, and hey to everyone online. My name is Johan. I work for the Swedish Voluntary Agreement for the Reduction of Food Waste, and I absolutely agree with these 10 principles. They were developed in Norway with plenty of partners. We were not involved, but we could easily stand behind them from a Swedish perspective as well. So who are SAMS? Well, we collect authorities, industry associations, and companies from along the value chain, trying to reach the targets that you all know of by now. We were established in 2020, although we started discussing how should we try to collaborate years before that, because collaboration really takes time to build. So I will tell you about the first few years and the coming years for SAMS and perhaps for some joint Nordic action. And we're going to break it down to the Target Measure Act, which is a nice model to think about, and it's pretty common when you do projects on food waste reduction. Well, the first few years, so think 2020, 10 years left to make the Sustainable Development Goal. Yeah, that's an easy target for us. Everyone the companies who signed up for SAMS signed up to do that. And we have really been busy getting the data. What is measured gets managed. That was our big call, and we really have been working on getting the definition out, trying to measure correctly out in the businesses, and understanding what food waste do we have in Sweden today. But you need to act also. And we made a handful of spin-off projects, which is nice, of course, some opportunity for collaboration, but are we well on our way in completely transforming the way we do business here in Sweden? I don't think we're there yet. We are actually in the middle of a reorganization of SAMS right now to make this more effective, more inclusive, and more fun to work with for the partner companies. So we're rethinking our target a bit right now. For the years to come, a target will be to find the best practice and share it. Share it, of course, within SAMS, but also with all the other parts of the food sector in Sweden, because we want our impact to be Sweden as a whole, not just our partner companies. So that's a target right now. What do we measure? Well, we want to use the data right now. We should be able to pinpoint some hotspots, and we should definitely be able to really get this data shared and understood so that you along the value chain understand where is waste happening and how can my company help other companies. And how do we act? Well, we're going from just creating a few spin-off projects to actually have a handful of working committees right now within SAMS. And I think this is a great way to take care of the enthusiasm of the people who work within SAMS, because now you have 8 or 9 different working groups on the topic. One is doing a workshop series, one is running dialogues with the value chain, and one is into another research project. So I think this will be very, very valuable. And looking at a Nordic perspective, well, we share a lot of things. I mean, the marketing standards obviously are international. The value chains and the companies, well, they are international as well. So why just look at Sweden? The EU legislation is there. We have to apply to the same laws in many different ways, looking at food safety, for example. And then we are all human. We all waste a little food every day, and we could probably learn a lot by just not reinventing the wheel all the time. So I think as a joint Nordic action, we need to find the best practice and share it. Thank you. And now on for a panel.
You can just stay. I think we're a bit over time, so we just start the, I think I'm on here. Yeah. You can stay with me, Johan, so we just start off the real conversation. But my name is Anne-Marie Schroeder. I'm a head of communication in Matvet, and I've been worked with preventing food waste for now 12 years. It's great to see that we have reached a new level of how the companies are involved, the authorities, and also people in general, and that we see that this is one of the top mentioned issues to tackle when it comes to more sustainable food systems. So, as both you, Anne-Grete, and Johanna stated, and established it in your presentation, the 10 principles that we have in a consensus process made with these companies that you showed on the screen, and 3 of them is actually coming up on the stage now, shows that we have to share more information, we have to share more data and cooperate closer in order to not have this overproduction that we've been talking about all day, and also that the sales volumes are correct. And at the same time, we must make it easier for the consumers and get them more involved in how we do this in order to halve the food waste by 2030, which is the main goal. So we want these guidelines not to be just a roadmap. We need to be more like a vital to encourage concrete actions. Lift up best practice and use the opportunity these principles gives to accomplish the collaboration needed. And that's what we want to hand over today in the end of this session also. Can these 10 principles be Nordic principles? We should maybe have them up at the scene again, but these are really important. So To help us discuss these issues, we have Core Sweden, Ann-Charlotte Sjøkvist, Coop Denmark, Louise Sørensen, og Orkla Foods Norway, Emma Bistvedt. Please join us at the stage, and we will, maybe we should sit in the chairs. You can sit, yeah. So can you please introduce yourselves briefly, 1 minute each, where you come from, and also how you've been working with food waste, maybe mostly internal, because we're talking more about sharing, cooperating, and the consumers in the session later. Yeah, you start. Yeah, you have the microphone.
Yeah, I can start. So my name is Emma, and I work as a sustainability and brand manager in Orkla Foods Norway. And in Orkla, we have one clear and ambitious goal when it comes to food reduction, and it is to reduce it with 50% within 2025. And to achieve this, we have several projects across the whole value chain ongoing. For example, in the factories, some of the waste that earlier was thrown away is now used as animal foods. And we also do a lot towards consumers, where we have, for example, developed a new communication concept aiming to inspire consumers to eat up the leftovers. So I'm really happy to be here and talk more about this topic.
I'm representing Core Sweden, and we are like Core Norway, have business-to-business restaurants, but also business-to-consumer restaurants and cafes. I work with sustainability, and of course, food waste is one of the topics. And we also have the goal of reducing food waste by half by 2025. So we measure and report in every restaurant every day. And I think that's the main thing to achieve a goal. You have to know where you are. And also we are doing, like you showed earlier, plate size. We try to nudge the consumers, the customers, by portioning instead of buffet serving. And also communicating food waste.
And hi, I'm Louisa from Coop Denmark. I work at our sustainability department with food waste, among other things. And we are also aiming to halving food waste before 2030, but actually we're also aiming for not wasting food at all. And we work with this food waste hierarchy. And the first step is trying to prevent food waste by optimizing systems, gathering data, and stuff like that. And when it comes to our stores, the first step is very simply to do the data checking every day in the stores. And in connection with that, we just did a great test with Y-Waste and had very, very, very great results. And then when we find the products which are close to expire, we sell them at a better price or maybe even too good to go. And the step after that is donation. So we donate surplus food to the organization Stop Spill Lokalt, a Danish organization. And then the last step in our hierarchy is actually circulating food for bio, what is it called, bio-waste. We're circulating it for
fertilizer? Whatever.
Yeah, never mind. But at least that the last step, it's quite an important step because on a weekly basis we actually have recalls of food which is not safe to eat, and that makes this last step very important because then food can be used for biogasification instead and used as the sustainable warming of houses. So, and then we have a lot of initiatives targeted the consumers, but I will get back to that later. Thank you.
Right, thank you for joining this panel. And we have mentioned several times today that you use measurement and data within your business units to understand the problem and to track changes and understand hotspots. But also when it comes to collaboration, you talk about sharing of data, or well, we have not talked so much about sharing of data, but this might be a solution. So my first question would be to Emma. Is it possible or important to share data within the value chain, and what would that help?
So yes, I think, does this work? No, but do you hear me anyways? Yeah. I think it's important to start with that food systems are complex. But if we are going to reduce food waste, we need to share more information and we need to cooperate better. And I think it's important to mention that transparency is important in order to improve planning throughout the value chain. And it is the key to avoid overproduction and oversupply. So first of all, I actually will say that yes, if we are going to reduce food waste, it is not only important, it is a must to share more information.
Thank you. And Louisa, from the retail side, how far back could you share this data? What do you share data with your suppliers today?
I think we do a little bit, but it's also not working that much with that. But in the first place, I think we also need to be even better at collecting data, collecting the right data, and also analyzing and understanding the data. And I think we are also willing to share more. And I also think it's about being able to take a joint responsibility and not just take a responsibility as a company, but take a responsibility for the whole supply chain. So that's, also part of it.
Thank you.
But I will also like to add that I'm sure that we can do better and we can share more in the future.
Most likely, yes. So we should cooperate, we should share, but there are competition laws, of course, which you are aware of. Is it some data that you could never share? And this question is for Ann-Charlotte.
Well, I think maybe we would never share turnovers, but in food waste, I think we could share everything. And I would like to say that it's very important for us to know the one earlier in the value chain about their food waste, because mainly I think we are the ones that could prevent some of their food waste, like for our food waste from our main suppliers. If I would get the numbers or the products or the volumes or it, then I can go back and say, how can we help change? What are we doing wrong when when we do the purchase? Is that when your food waste appears? And what can you do about it? And also maybe from the producer as well. So I think SAMS is really, really good at that. We are never talking numbers of food waste in the value chain other than in SAMS.
Can I just say, so you've never had that conversation with any of your suppliers?
No.
No. Okay,
Never.
so let's
Clients
start now.
maybe, but never.
Okay.
We will keep on doing this through SAMS and through also for the parties not involved in SAMS to have real impact. I want Emma, would you like to comment on this as well? On how do you talk to these different stages of the supply chain?
So I think the short answer to this is that we can share, when it comes to food waste, almost everything that not goes as business critical. For example, recipes for our products that can we for sure not share. But I think we can and we need to share much more information about how we work with food waste in the value chain to help each other reducing it. And I think that's also important that you mentioned earlier. We all have signed to it in the 10 principles.
Yes, right, you have signed the 10 principles, so you're on it. I have one last question, and it will be for Luisa to start with. You mentioned that there should be a shared responsibility throughout the value chain, that you should know what is causing, who is responsible for what. And if there is a shared responsibility, will this be a win-win solution, or will there be someone who misses out in the value chain, or is this good for everyone?
I think that question is a little bit difficult, actually. In the first place, I think it is about taking this joint responsibility and then look into it. So, yeah, I don't obviously see someone who will not benefit for it in the first place, at least.
Let's hope that's the case. Thank you. And we will have some more questions about the consumer part, which I leave to you.
Yes, I'll start. And you will, if you are curious, you can. We have 5 more minutes, so let's talk about the households. Not about the households' food waste, but how they are. The consumers are as as customers, both in the retail chains and also in the canteens and hotels. Because 8 out of 10 say. Okay. 8 out of 10 say they want to make more sustainable choices, but if they have to make sacrifices, then the number lowers to about 50% if it costs them more in terms of prices or less food at the buffet, for instance. So how can we make them more sustainable choices? How can you help them? Do you have any examples of like the must-haves that grocery stores need to have? Can we use? Can we? Sorry. Do you have some concrete examples from working in these areas?
Sure. We have, I think it's a very important question, and it's also an interesting question. Recently, we tested an initiative in some of our stores where we ask the consumers to pick the first product and not the one in the back in order to help us prevent food waste. And actually, it was a surprising success. We were halving and even more than that food waste in the tested categories. So we're actually rolling that out in our shops now. But when it comes to the education of the customers, which you're also pointing to, I think there's a lot of work to do there, and I'm not sure that we have all the answers, but of course it is important to educate the customers about seasons and also another thing is that it's from a retail perspective, it's difficult to have the consumers to pay. They're not, at least based on my experiences, the consumers are not willing to pay the same price for the ugly vegetables and fruits. They expect it at a lower price. And the thing is that it's actually the production and everything, it's the same price. So there's certainly, definitely something there to work on.
I tried to sum up the 3 questions in one. That's what I started stumbling here. But let's go through the communication. How can communication with the consumer strengthen the understanding and collaboration? And do you have some examples of actions? I know you've done some great things in Norway with Orkla Foods. Let's hear from you, Emma.
Yes, we have. So I think communication is an important part of what we are doing, and I can bring up one example on how we currently are working on inspiring consumers to use leftovers that they have in their fridge. It is a campaign that is currently live across whole Norway, and it's our main focus on one of the biggest Orkla brands, Toro. We call the campaign Save the Leftovers with the Toro, and what we actually are doing in this campaign is that we try to tell the consumers how easy it is to use leftovers and how tasty it actually can be by using the power of one of our biggest brands. And that's kind of cool.
Yes, I think we need to find the what's in it for me for the customers to really get a behavior change. So I'd say one of the things we have done to reduce buffet waste was to actually think about how to communicate, and also due to the knowledge that we are talking about, we wrote something about help us prevent us throwing this food away. And it's shocking how they really thought that things that had been out for hours could be reused. We have to throw it away. So we had a discount for half the price, I think. And everyone buy the food. It's half the price for me as a consumer. And wow, did you throw this away all the other days? I didn't know. How come? Why? And that's how we can lift the question and rise the education and really drive the behavior change.
But can we also, the expectations of that you come in the canteen at 5 to 1 and expect the full range of products, or should you be happy just having 1 or 2 alternatives as long as the quality is good? Is that a way of also educate the consumers in that we can't expect full service the whole opening hours? Do you communicate this at all, or is this difficult for you?
This is difficult. Yeah. This is why some people maybe go somewhere else. But I would say if it were the same in every restaurant, always, every day, then they would learn.
Yeah, that's what we want to do. We want to make this more like branch initiatives, so it's easier for you to take these actions.
Yes, and that's why we need to be more.
That's also what those 10 principles is about.
Yes.
I think we have to stop there. It's been really great having you here and sharing your thoughts. And I'm sure that you will read up on those 10 principles and use them, hopefully.
Yes, and I would say number 8, like Anja said before.
Yeah.
More authorities.
Yeah. No, I just want to, we don't have too much time to sum up, but I really feel that there's somehow some willingness, some hope, same need across the country. But I think this is a starting point. We are not there yet, but we also need to get the consumer on board. Of course, as you said, Anne-Marie, that the consumer, they would not take sustainable choices if they need to sacrifice something, or half of them do. So I think we need to find a situation where also the businesses, as you are, tell the consumer that you also make some sacrifices. Because then it's easier to get the consumer to play with you, actually. So not just for the consumer to see that the assortment is reduced, or that you just find milk with 2-3 days left for the shelf life, etc. So, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you. Something that we brought on, some action. So we would like to actually not have them here personally.
Yeah, I have prepared this.
We want to hand those principles over to the Council of Nordic Council of Ministries, just to say that this is what we think should be one of the things that you work further with in the Nordic Action Plan ahead. So this is. From Matret and Sams and all the companies to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and contributing. And this has been on our agenda for quite a few years now, and I'm sure we will continue And then I can repeat my gratitude, of course, for all of you being here and contributing for these principles, of course. We in the Nordic Council of Ministers, which is the official body for the Nordic cooperation, we've been working with food loss or food waste for quite a few years. Now we have a committee that is dedicated to this. This is something we are going to work further with. Hopefully not for the next 10 years. Hopefully this will be one of the things we just solve, as we have seen that there are people here that have just solved the problem. Well, maybe we'll meet again in 5 years, 10 years, but hopefully we will reach not only the 37 kilos. It's very nice to say we want to halve the food waste, but when the goal is to throw away 37 kilos per capita, I think we have to think again, no, that's not the goal. That's just the goal 2030. After that, we continue. The goal is to eliminate it. But thank you so much for this. We will take this further and work with it.
Thank you. Thank you. Ja, on time. Tusen takk.
Jesus Christ.
Ready? Okay. Okay. Nej. Nej. Okay. Nej. Hello? No. Hello? No. Nej, it's not on. So I'm going to try to talk again. I'm happy you went quiet without me even saying anything. That's amazing. Well, welcome back, everyone. I want you to do me a favor first, and please rise for Her Royal Highness, the Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden. Perfect. Your Royal Highness, distinguished guests, colleagues, fellow food waste fighters, both in the room, but also joining us online. We are back from the Nordic Food Waste Summit, the biggest top meeting in the Nordics on the topic of food loss and waste. And we're here for the final session. We are live streaming this event as well, and we are doing it together with We Don't Have Time, which is the world's largest platform for climate solutions. And I might just add, I got some figures at 11 o'clock this morning, and we were up at 100,000 viewers. So it's a lot of people. A lot of people want to follow the discussion on the topic of food loss and waste, which is obviously very, very good. So to start this last session, we have invited an award-winning sustainability hero. Matt Homewood's main mission is to put an end to supermarket food waste in Denmark, and he is the founder of an urban harvester. Please take the stage.
Thank you, Åsa. Well, I'm glad the Swedish media rocked up for this talk. So my name is Matt Homewood. Been working on food waste for many years. We haven't got much time, but today we're talking just about supermarket food waste and upstream from there, because in my view, household food waste is a different matter. And so I've done this blog on Urban Harvester since 2019. And so this is dumpster diving. It's by far the most visual way of picturing commercial food waste, and it's by far, in my opinion, the best way of getting the conversation started. So the concept's pretty simple. Instead of going into the store, I'm running around the back, taking photos, and often I can't believe my eyes what I'm seeing out there. So food shipped in from all across the planet, often perfect, ending up in the dumpster. Chicken, pigs, beefs, all there night after night, sometimes discounted, often not discounted. And it got to a stage where it was such a tsunami of food waste, I thought, my God, I've got to do something about this. The climate, the biodiversity crisis, the 800 million people who are hungry. So I set up an urban harvester in 2019 to start spreading the word. The photos you see is the tip of the iceberg because I'm doing everything alone by bicycle. But my living room became my photography studio, and so we've got dried chickpeas, slippers from China, etc. Entire boxes of food that didn't even make it out of the packaging. We've got 40 pizzas, apple juice, ketchup, mayonnaise, not a single discount sticker to be seen. Imagine how many people would buy these products if the price had been set right. We got the fruit and veg, we got the cow cream, the coffee, the pork, 800 eggs. There were 2,000, but because I was by bicycle, I could only bring back so many. And then the meat. The meat became a big problem in my house because my vegetarian girlfriend was going to get pissed off and she almost kicked me out of the flat. And then the day I'll never forget, 157 packets of bacon, undiscounted. Denmark like its pork, so I'm not sure what this retailer was thinking. 5 pigs worth of bacon that amounted to. So of course, the next question I'm thinking is, if that's happening in Denmark, what's happening in the other Nordic countries? So my friend sent me some photos, and here we got some dairy from Finland. We got some nice pork, undiscounted, in a Norwegian supermarket dumpster. And then in Sweden, we've got a whole mix. But interestingly, you know, if you look at the top there, lots of beef, not even discounted. Again, these products could and should have been sold to Swedish consumers, but they weren't. So why is this happening? So to understand that, you need to understand the data. So the top there is 1.67%, and that's basically the amount of food waste compared to their total sales. So this is a Swedish, I don't want to get sued, so I'm not going to talk companies, but basically, from 2016 to 2021, we've only seen an 8% reduction. Now, for such a powerful company, I'd hope for a bit more progress than that. Worryingly, they're aiming for 50% by 25, so they've got 42% to go in 4 years. Good luck with that. A Finnish supermarket. The thing is, when you think 1.36%, you think that's quite a small number. But when you're talking the volumes these companies are shifting, that's why that turns out to 16 million kilograms of food waste. Because as you saw in the photos, this food should have been going to people, but it wasn't. Here we see 13% reduction in 5 years. A Norwegian supermarket chain. So we're going to talk about data today because I was looking on this website and their CSR report. I couldn't see any data. They claim a 34% reduction since 2015, but no data to check like actual tonnage. So, but they were very vocal about the 180 tons they donated to food banks. So I looked at their market share, 24%, total Norwegian supermarket food waste, so then I can approximate 16,000 tons. Suddenly, that 189 tons they were so proud to talk about doesn't look so good, does it? They aim for 80% drop by 2030, but the important thing is that we don't know how much food waste there is. So what's the baseline and where does it live? I tried to check their CSR report, but maybe they knew I was coming for them, so they took it offline. And the reason why that's important, because we got an example from a Danish supermarket chain. And so they were very ambitious. They stated that over a 6-year period, 45% drop. That's pretty good. But the media wanted to do an investigation into supermarket food waste in Denmark, because actually, believe it or not, Danish supermarkets are by far the worst in the world per capita. So we went diving, and we did, and it wasn't pretty. So the company had to backtrack on its methodology, and turns out it's 2.19% food waste. It's not the 45% they were claiming, it's 22%. And that's why open data matters, so that journalists, activists, scientific researchers could make sure that that progress is legitimate, so that we can meet the goals we set. So why is the progress so slow? So what we need to understand is the food system. So at the top, we got farmers, probably about tens of thousands in each market. We've got food suppliers, hundreds, thousands. We've heard a lot from them today. They've got some big challenges. Then we've got consumers, millions, about 25 million here in the Nordics. But at the heart of the food system lies a few very, very powerful companies. And this is the competition. For capitalism to work, you need healthy competition between companies. If not, the power lies in very, very few hands. And unfortunately, my friends in CSR departments, it's not in their hands, as they can attest. It's in the CFO, the CEO, etc. And they're not here today, are they? But look at Finland, for example. 2 companies, 83% of sales. And you wonder why progress is so slow. This is, for me, one of the biggest reasons. But there are reasons for hope. We have to be hopeful. And so Oda, awesome Norwegian digital e-commerce company, they have dropped 67% over 5 years. And their turnover still goes up, 25% in the last 12 months to 2.5 billion Norwegian kroner. How did they achieve this? Well, they told me that they completely revolutionized their purchasing system. No more human bias. It's all data-driven. And then they no longer outsource bakery production because, as we've heard many times today, that's a massive hotspot. Tesco. You might not like Tesco, but Tesco are one of the world leaders by far on food waste. They waste 0.8%, and when you think of the volumes they're shifting, that's remarkable. I don't include food bank donations for various reasons, mostly because it mostly relies on volunteers not being paid. But if you do include food banks, it's something like 0.3%. How do they do this? Well, if you've ever been to a Tesco store, if you go at night, just before they close, you're talking 80% discount. And they see that as an investment into their customers. More importantly, now they have linked their management performance to food waste reduction progress with bonuses, because at the end of the day, we need to talk about cash, because this management, they're working for money. And if you can align the financial incentives with environmental progress, then that's a fantastic thing. And many companies, with Throw No More, many companies say, yeah, but oh Matt, if I discount too much, I'm going to lose so much money. Let's look at the data. Where Tesco in the UK market? 27% market share, by far number one. So it's working for them, so I'm not sure why it wouldn't work for Scandinavian companies, Nordic companies even. Very briefly, there's this phenomenon by these two value investment gurus, Nick Sleep and Kai Sakari, talked about scales economy shared. And aggressive discounting can be seen in that way, and this is what Amazon and Costco do. Basically, you invest in the customer, and then that business, over time, creates a reciprocal, mutually beneficial relationship. And this is what we see with Throw No More with some of the Norwegian customers we work with. Basically, the app only acts like an advertising platform, so it saves the consumer time and money. And basically, on your way home from work, you can just see what's available nearby, pick your destination based on the amount of products available on sale, and you go to that store, buy the products, and then complete your shop, because you don't have much time, right? And that's how basically shops sell more discounted items. They transform that food waste into loss leaders, average discount 47%, so the consumer's getting a real good deal, but then the retailers are rewarded for that generosity with extra full price sales. And that's how the return on investment can be between 2 and 6 weeks. Now, there are so many great tech companies out there. We've heard about Y-Waste, there are loads, and yeah, so that's a massive reason to be hopeful. The other reason why Tesco is interesting is because now they want mandatory farm food waste reporting, because they commissioned an important study that looked into farms' food waste, because up until recently, we didn't really know about what was happening because of the oligopoly, because a lot of farmers only sell to supermarkets, and they're worried about their business. They don't want to speak out. But this study that came out in 2021 was revolutionary, because before the study, we thought there was global food waste, global food loss and waste of 1.3 billion tons. Turns out after, it's 2.5 billion tons, a 90% increase overnight, because basically we had no idea what was happening on the world's farms. And now we know more about Danish farm food waste. Retailers even admitted, saying a lot of the food waste happens because it pays off. And before, for the whole farm food waste, it was 59,000 tons. Now, in only 15 product lines, it's 128,000 tons. And we get 30% wasted crops because retailers say it's too big, too small, too crooked, etc. Sweden, we've heard so much from Karin, 300,000 tons. 65% of lettuce doesn't even make it off the farm. And so we don't need reminding about groceries inflation in the last 12 months. Sweden, 20% year on year. And then we've got all this food waste on the farms, on the farms in Sweden, in Denmark, etc. The supermarket dumps is full of trash. What we're seeing is a massive bottleneck of food not even making it to market. And we, the consumers, are then paying 20% extra. And I'm not saying that inflation is solely driven by food waste, but if you got more food waste on the market, then the supply goes up to meet the demand, and so you'd hope an equilibrium in pricing. We talked a lot about biogas. I hear Sweden's prioritizing it big time. So the thing to understand about biogas is that if you take 1 ton of tomatoes, you only recover 0.75% of the total energy that was used to grow all those tomatoes in the first place. So the fact that we're subsidizing such a capital-intensive industry is, to be frankly, ecological suicide. Reasons for hope. As we've heard from the MattSmart CEO, we need legislation to accelerate progress. If we didn't have climate change, biodiversity crisis, fine, take your time. But we don't. We don't have time. And so that's why we need to get a price on food waste. This is another dumpster full of butter. If you make the cost of wasting food higher, then supermarkets will have to invest in companies like Y-Waste, etc. And so you unleash the tech investments and 2D barcodes. I'm sure Manu will talk about that right now in Norway. But there needs to be a revolution in the tech world of retail supply chains. The incentives, we talked about biogas. We need to get a better incentive structure. And I believe, like Tesco, we need mandatory farm food waste reporting to know what is happening, get the data, and make legitimate progress in the years to come. And Norway now are I don't live in Norway, but from what I understand now, you have to separate the trash, the food and the plastic packaging, like Karen Bilsten from Axfood was saying. Suddenly, when Norwegian minimum wage is 190 Norwegian kroner, that starts getting very expensive for the retailers. So you get aggressive discounting, you start more donations, you get more food to people instead of the dumpster. And that's enough for good news for one day. So I'm not sure how we're doing on time. It was a lot to cover, but thanks for your time.
Why am I standing so far away from you? So we are running a little bit lot on time, but I
started late, to be fair.
Yeah. I do know that. And I love what you've shared. Can I just ask you? We talked a little bit. I know you have a passion for that too. You mentioned before, when we spoke before this conference, about the farmers, that they don't normally get a voice on occasions like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how many farmers are here today, but it's a very conservative industry. Ironically, the only farmer here was the agricultural minister for Denmark, whose family is into farming. But farmers often don't have a voice, and they're conservative. You know, we looked at the market powers of the food system. It's a difficult situation for these people, and you know, when you see how much food waste is happening because of such stringent standards that supermarkets are setting on them. They say the consumers want them, but you know, do consumers want 20% inflation? I'm not so sure. If you get this produce to market, I'm sure you'll find someone to buy it. So yeah, it's a big problem. Farmers don't have enough of a voice. I don't know how to fix that really. But so I try and talk a bit about farmers because that's a lot of supermarket decisions that are generating a lot, not all, but a lot of that farm food loss.
And you have been taking part here all through the day, and obviously also engaged in questions and so on. What do you see that this particular group, like this what it was called movement earlier on in the day, what do you think is the potential for this?
I think it's great to just get people together, conversations flowing. Like I learned about Finland's food waste law. I mean, it's difficult to keep track of how much development's happening in all across Europe and the world. So it's great to get conversations going. I mean, I think, you know, as a foreigner, it's probably easier to look on culture. Yeah, sometimes as a local it can be difficult. And I think in Scandinavia, I lived in Sweden also as a student, and we don't really want to talk about politics or money or profit. And that's why I talk about market power, because, for example, you know, there's one company in Sweden, I just looked it up, you know, they made 2.4 billion Swedish krona net profit last year. And then they're outsourcing a lot of their food waste to donations who are unpaid. How is that fair? I'm not sure it is. So this is the kind of stuff we need to talk about and be open.
You know about what we do now. Yes. And we've spoken about this earlier on also as well, about donations and the needs of funding.
Yeah.
And that, I think it was Anja earlier on today that also spoke about that companies that are actually responsible for the food waste could maybe pay.
Yeah, I mean, in Denmark, we've got 1,000 volunteers going around retailers, meanwhile, for free, at, 10 p.m. at night. Meanwhile, the CEO's making, plus 1 million Danish kroner a year, at least, if not 10 million, whatever. I don't know how much. How's that fair, It's so perverse, and it's just not fair. And ultimately, if food banks were solving all food waste, I'd be pragmatic. Okay, it's fine. But, in Denmark, we look at the data, it's 13%. So if 13% for all that unpaid labor, some of the most needy people in society, it's just not fair.
I think we agree. It's not fair. And with those words, I want to say thank you so much.
Thank you for the invite. It's
well,
been a pleasure.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, for sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Matt. And we are going to stay in the innovation and solution mode now when I invite our next speaker up on stage. And Lennart Wallander, when I first heard you, I was just mind-blown by all the amazing innovations that you showed me in an hour lecture. And now I've invited you to come up here and share a little bit about what you found around the globe when it comes to food waste. And I think you have the coolest title of them all. Yeah, you used to be the CEO of Food and Friends, and now Chief Officer of Tomorrow. I think that's amazing. Please take the stage.
Thank you. Well, please stay on stage.
Yeah.
Sit down afterwards. I think also I know why you invited us. There's a celebration this year. I tell you what. Food and Friends is a communication agency that only focuses on food and beverage, and we've been doing that for 25 years today, this year. But we've been reporting on waste in 10 years. This is an example from our trend spotting, Get Dirty. I tried to write something cool, Get Dirty. And 10 years ago, we saw this. I'm just going to take you 10 years back for some slides, and then we realized there was something called waste. And the first thing was, do you remember this? The inglorious fruit and légumes from France. It was the first when you took ugly fruit, ugly carrots, and made juice and smoothies out of them. And there were some other things. And this was an interesting word that I don't hear now. In Germany, you have Schnippeldisco. Schnippeldisco, you peel potatoes, you peel carrots, you dance a little bit, then you eat together. Schnippeldisco. And waste at home, we talked about this. This was in Seattle, where the garbage men, they took a look in your dumpster, and if it was too much food waste, they put a red tag on it. So you had to face your neighbors the next morning. Good morning, good morning. I got a pink slip. I got a pink slip. And the nose to tail was slightly before. Some books. And wasted restaurants. This was, I don't know if you remember this one, wasted. It was what started waste being cool in restaurants. Otherwise, how cool was it before? Saying, we serve you wasted food, we serve you leftovers. But this really changed. It was a pop-up restaurant by Dan Barber in the United States, and this is what I had when I was there dining with him. Peelings, cooked and spiced. Beef tallow as a candle. And when it melts, you dip your bread in there instead of butter. Cartilage, brosk, from Stingray, Rocca. And then to the right, the main course, it was the scrapings from a juicer that you made into a hamburger. So this was it. And there was another guy, and trash cooking. René Recepke was on it really early, and different places like this. Yeah, so this is what we talked about then, but what you asked of me today was a different topic. I just want to go down nostalgia lane. Do you remember all of this? Yeah. Today you wanted me to give you 10 examples of ideas that reduce waste. And I made it into a top list, and I brought it to me along tonight's top 10 list. Tonight's top 10 list, we're going through that in a jiffy. Ideas that reduces waste, top 10 in a different font than I expected. First of all, number 10, juices. We have seen many examples of wonky vegetables and fruit being turned into juices and smoothies, and that is perfectly fine. But what else? Can we do more? Yes, we can do plenty more with waste. In February, the fashion brand Gianni launched a handbag made out of cacti and orange waste. So it's now in the fashion business as well. Another idea, number 9, is to warm with waste. If you have waste, burn it. Maybe not as garbage, but in your fireplace at home. Coffee grindings, the leftover when you made coffee, is full of energy, and it could be processed to logs that you use in your fireplace, and it makes your home smell very nice as well. And if you don't have a fireplace, don't despair. Don't throw the grindings. You can use it as a scrub, face scrub instead. Number 8, serve food in food. When you get takeaway food, you get a container. It's plastic or it's styrofoam or something like that you throw away or waste. Why not serve it in food? I've seen this in many more food markets, especially in the United States, that you use the container of nature, like, for example, this pineapple, to serve the dish in. And afterwards, you just compost it. Number 7, go bananas. I don't know if you talked about it, but the University of Karlstad, They said that the banana is the most wasteful product in the retail of all kind. So many bananas going wasted, and there are examples, as you've seen in the UK, in Marks and Spencer's, they're ripe here right now. When you get a bag of bananas and a recipe for banana bread for 25p. And instead of throwing them away, instead of being in the dumpsters, it could be made into something at home. We stick with the bananas. Number 6, plant bananas. Products that we know will be consumed a few days away from their board, they can be designed that way. I love this idea from Korea. Doesn't see that very well, but here is sorted. This is your Monday banana, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they're done. Okay, there's a packaging that you can question, but still, it's right there, ripe and ready when you come into the weekend. Number 5, cooked bananas. I don't know if you're aware of it, but the average banana is 65% flesh and 35% peelings. But it's 100% edible. So the chef Nayela Lawson made a posting on how to cook with bananas. And she made a storm of copyright notice. We can't play a sound, but she's baffled by how interesting it is to cook with bananas. They don't look very interesting at all, but I assure you they are very good. They make do like an aubergine in a dish or something like that. So if Nigella Lawson says it, you have to do it. Number 4, make waste ban. Legislate ban banana. No, sorry, it was a pun. Legislate ban. I think that we have to use the law to make a change. In Sweden, I'm thinking about, it wasn't all that many years ago that you weren't enforced to have a seatbelt, and they even had a word for it when it started getting implemented, the law. Fegissnöre på svenska. Coward's rope. Okay, and that might seem a long time ago, but imagine the legislature, how many lives it has saved, how many people who have not been hurt. What can be done with legislation? And usually, if it's not too harsh, people are positive to it. So legislate it. This is an example from Germany, where Jeff actually has started giving fees to guests who throws away his money. So they have the right to do it, and they duck them for 10 euros, which is quite a lot. Number 3, gamify it. Make it fun and easy to fight waste at home. Hellmann's has done a real good example here. And there's a campaign. If you put this in the fridge and it gets too hot, if it's above the 4 degrees Celsius, it changes color. So it's like a banner that says, now you have to look at how cold it is. So you close the door. Don't go looking at the food every other minute. Keep the temperature down. Number 2, buy in bulk. I'm not sure if you're getting into this topic more, but this is interesting not to reduce the packaging, which is one thing, but also reduce the amount of food waste. That has been seen in experiments, and if you think this is not coming, because it's not at all here in Sweden, there's Gram in Malmö, I think, but that's it. There was one in Bagarmossen, but it's gone. The French have passed a law that by 2030, the big food stores need to have 20% of the store space as bulk buying. So no packaging, just bulk buying in 20%, which is quite a lot. And number 1, are you ready for the number 1? Reduce food waste. The number 1 is get started, like this guy has started. He has invented a machine that recycles the burrito and makes it into a taco. So he's loading the taco, getting the burrito, and he's filling up the taco as a second course. Okay, you can think that is silly, but what I mean with it is get started, be creative, do something. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, that was quite a lot of information in 10 minutes. Well done.
Did I keep the time?
Ish, but that's okay. I'll speed it up.
Okay, well, we're going to be joined now by some great innovative people. You were sitting right here. So let me present to you Christopher Hogstead, CEO from Y-Waste, Julia Eiselmoden, that is Sustainability Manager for Contronics Dry Misting. And then we have on Zoom, I hope then, Kenneth Skauge, Head of Sustainability from Meny. Give them a hand. Hi, Kenneth, can you hear us? So we can't hear you, so let's see if you can unmute or if the tech team up there can make some wonders.
Hello, everyone.
Perfect. And then if we can raise that volume a little bit. That's perfect. Thank you so much, Kenneth. We can hear you perfectly fine. Hi, all of the three of you. Great to have you. So I think we've heard Y-Waste mentioning quite a few times actually on stage today, but I would like you to give like just a couple of sentences of what is it that you're actually doing. Could you please start?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Christopher, and I'm the CEO of Y-Waste. And what we are doing is that we're helping supermarkets reduce food waste by delivering digital solutions that help them use data, basically, to take data-driven decisions on what to do to prevent food waste.
Perfect. And how does it work in practicality?
So in practice, what we basically do is that we help the stores keep track of everything that is in the store, more or less, giving them warnings. Here we have products, for example, that is about to expire. Here we have products that can actually be used if they have a kitchen in the store, which many stores have, where they're making lunches. Instead of marking this product down or throwing it away, you could actually use it in store production as a much better way to actually reduce waste in a profitable way.
Thank you. We'll hear more from you, of course. Julia, you, when we spoke, I had not heard about your solution, which is that you are working magic with mist. And I know that we have a little video, which maybe then we will temporarily like lose Kenneth here on Zoom on the picture. But are you able to play Julia's video as well? I'm asking now the tech crew up there. Oh, here we go, maybe.
Look
so
at
what
that.
do you do?
Wonderful. So thank you for having me. What you see here is a time-lapse video of, on the right side, dry misting, and on the left side, an ambient shelf. What we do, we create this perfect little microclimate for fruit and vegetables to stay fresh. It's really cool, it's humid, and it's all fruit and vegetables need to stay fresh for a really long time.
And actually, I thought this was a kind of a new invention, but it turned out it really wasn't. How long have you been going?
We've been in business for 40 years.
How many people have heard about it before? Well, a few, but not the whole room. But now the whole room, and also people out in the digital world have heard about this. Very interesting. We'll get back to you as well. And Kenneth, back to you here then, working at Meny, which is obviously a big chain. So I've invited you here today to talk about your barcodes, and they are a bit special. Tell us why they're special, please.
Yeah, because the old barcode only had more or less information when it comes to the price. But when you think about the new 2D code, it contains a lot of more information. And then, of course, especially when it comes to expiry date, that is really important for us. And because of that, you now can have full digital overview of all the goods in the store and the expiry date, meaning that based on sales history, our data system can estimate when we should be able to sell the product before they expire, so we can do something about it and to lower the price or to sell them out. And I just want to say that I think it's important to have solutions like too good to go or throw no more, and to reduce prices and have discounts and give to charity and all that. But for me, it's so important that we all work proactive on how we can make sure that food waste doesn't exist at all. That's the most important part of my role going forward.
You get some nodding people here in the audience, which you obviously can't see, but they are agreeing with you regardless. Christopher, back to you. You're a Swedish company, but you are not just operating in Sweden. You're operating quite a lot in the world.
Yeah.
How many countries is it?
I think we are in 18 countries now.
18 countries.
It's ranging all the way from Japan to Brazil. And what is, I think, really interesting is that, I mean, we started in Sweden approaching individual ICA stores. And what is quite fascinating when it comes to this industry is that it's very homogeneous. I mean, it works pretty much the same all across the world in terms of processes, in terms of challenges. So in just a few years, we suddenly were in 18 countries, and we didn't know how it happened, actually.
That's fascinating. Julia, during your journey in the world of mists, what have you discovered? I don't know actually. How long have you been working with?
For 7 years.
For 7 years. Okay. So when you started 7 years ago, what have you seen? What results is it that we actually see here? What does the mist? If a food retailer uses your solution, what's the result?
So what we see, we've recently, over the past years, we've been rolling out in the Netherlands in our major retailer Albert Heijn. So there are about 900 stores using the dry misting. And what they give us back is they have reduced their vegetable waste with 25%, and their banana waste, which we've seen is the most wasted product, they reduce it with 40%.
So that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Lennart, you gave us a great presentation and overview in a speedy, rapid time. When you were doing your research for this presentation, was there anything that surprised you that you didn't know of before? No. Okay, great. You're a pro.
Of course it was. Plenty of findings.
Yeah? Anything that stood out, that you were most surprised about?
I think I feel the urge to make more progress, to make it go faster. I think that was one of the ideas to show you 10 years ago what has happened then and what is happening now. It's not that big of a difference. And there are many solutions, many tech companies, as you said, but where's the action? We need to do more. You need to start even at the burrito trolley.
I kind of want that taco solution I felt at home. Kenneth, you were talking about the barcodes. Just to clarify, it's basically the codes that are some products that you buy in the supermarket, right? So every single one has a little barcode. So that's what we're talking about here. You mentioned the word proactive, like what you were saying as well. We need to act. What do you see, Kenneth? You're obviously representing many, like a big food retailer store chain. Sorry. What do you see is needed to become even more proactive? Obviously, you're already innovating, but I also know that you have other news or other innovations.
Yeah, we try to do a lot, but of course, it's we really need to rethink the way we sell and the way we actually operate a big supermarket going forward as well, and also talking to the customers what to expect when you are in the store, because now it's like if you don't get bread 2 hours before closing time, you get quite irritated. So what we did was to launch an automated baking plan in all the stores in Norway, because one of the top 3 categories when it comes to food waste is bakery and bread. And what we did was to look into new solutions, new technology to make sure that we put all the information that we have into a system. And together with looking at the sales history, together with real time sales in the store, and also will different algorithms based on the weather, based on offers that we have in the store, because we know that if we have, for example, shrimps as offer in the store, we sell a lot more white bread, right? So this is all connected, and we have put it into our solutions. So we have now a baking plan in each store. So we bake frequently through the whole day. And what we did is that just the first year we saved 1.3 million bread, meaning that we reduced the food waste on bread with 34%, and that's a lot. So using the technology, using the co-workers in the store together, that is power, and this is how we need to work to reduce the food waste going forward. And now we are going to use that technology into vegetables and fruit. We are also looking into other areas and categories using the same technology so we can reduce the food waste going forward.
Perfect. Our next gate enter the waiting room here on Zoom popped up here, so that's good. So we know he's online. That's great. So yes.
When I had a minute to think about it, if you look forward, maybe we should do some bigger changes. Maybe we should change the way we cook food. Maybe we should stop cooking at home. Is it really that efficient that you turn on a little stovetop, you turn on a little oven, I do my little things, and you cook for 2 people or 4 people or whatever your family is? Instead, it could be cooked in a communal big kettle. Probably much more efficient, much more nutrition, much more less waste, and much more tasty than at least than I can do.
I think I'm going to...
I don't... Well, this time I happen to have printed my clothing myself, but otherwise I don't do any knitting, I don't do any sewing. That we have made do of. Other people does it for more professionals. What we could move, and we are already moving that way. We have a split in the måltidskrona, the amount of money we put in our food. About 30% we put out of home and 65% we put at home. But this is slowly increasing. In the United States, it's about 50-50. We're getting there. So maybe we should go to 95 and we cook at special celebrations.
People look both. Yeah. Okay. We are going to do a final question here for you working with innovations and scale ups and startups. Like, so what do you see coming from your perspective? What do you feel like? What do you need in order to scale up or save even more food? What do you think is needed? Or what do you?
So I think for us it's still awareness raising about the problem of food waste. Like, we're all here together now, and the turn up is really high. But still, there's a whole world out there that doesn't care about food waste. So I think raising awareness is still something we should work on.
Raising awareness. Good comment, Julia.
I think from our perspective, being a tech company, I mean, a lot of this technology that we're working with and Kenneth mentioned has actually been around for quite some time. However, the big retailers, really big organizations that has legacy systems, and now we're seeing some transition to newer, more modern platforms, but it takes so much time and it's quite slow. So I think there need to be some additional pressure actually to make it happen, because that will allow, there's so many good companies around that has great technology, but they can actually not leverage the data that's available due to technological reasons, and that's a shame.
Thank you for that final comment. And Kenneth, you being a big representing a big food retailers, we are talking about awareness. Where do you see your role come in as a big food retailers to create awareness around consumer behavior, for example?
First of all, we need to start talking about the problem around food waste and be honest about it. But I also think that it's about just start doing things, because if you just put up the top 5 issues that you have in your store and start working with it, you can see you can do a lot already. But you need the good people, and you also need good technology, and those two together will be power going forward.
Well, there's a lot of action in this panel, that is for sure. Thank you for all the work that you do for saving the world and making it better, and for coming to this summit and sharing your thoughts. Big applause. Thank you. Yes, I'll take that. Now, we have had some breakout sessions going on in the event of this afternoon. We had 3, in fact. One that was called Nordic Actions, one that was talking about donation, and one that was talking about consumer behaviors. I wonder if it's possible maybe to get the 3 organizers of these breakouts to just share a few thoughts around what was said, because obviously everyone wasn't available to hear all the thoughts that was going on. So I think we're just doing some microphoning going on here, but I would like to welcome up Anne-Greta Haugen, that is director of Matvet. I would like to welcome up Evelina Gunnarsson, who is a behavioral economist and senior management consultant at Rumble. And finally, Angela Frigo, Secretary General for FEBA, the European Food Banks Federation. Please join me here on stage. I think we should stand, right? Let's take this table and let's stand a little bit. Oh, that would have been fun. Yeah, and in fact, I'm gonna ask, I mean, it's 4:15 and you've been sitting for 45 minutes, and research shows then you lose concentration. So up and stand and shake a little bit so that you get energy for the final 40 minutes of this conference. Great, and all of you digitally as well, join into the shake. Thank you for this. You can sit down. Let's see how I should stand. I'm gonna stand here with you, Angela. Great to have you. How was your sessions? Good. So I would just like some remarks, like what was said, or like what was your key takeaways from this? Maybe can I start with you, Evelina? Yeah.
So is this close enough? Technical stuff? Yeah, super. So I was the one on consumer behavior, which is also my expertise since I'm a behavioral economist. And one thing that we discussed, and a lot of also other talks during the day have mentioned the same, and also recently, that one thing that we have to keep on doing is raising awareness, spreading the information out there. We see still studies saying that people don't know, consumers don't know how to store food right. They don't know that you can actually freeze yogurts and so forth. So that's one thing we have to do. We have to keep on sending out the message. So both policymakers, but also retailers, industry, etc. But as a behavioral expert, another thing that we discussed is also, even though we know that this is not right, I know when I take, for instance, today, I was so nervous on taking too much food. I was like, I have to eat everything up. Luckily, I'm pregnant, so it's always a good excuse not to eat. But so even though we know what's wrong, there's a gap out there. So we have to really, really help the consumer also, like, bridging that gap. So going from our good intentions to behavior change. And then I think all the different actors in the food value chain, they have an important role. We have to inform, we have to guide the consumers in every decision-making point that we have where food loss or food waste can arise. And we also talked, so 2 more other things, then I will stop. We talked about changing norms as well, as Selina mentioned earlier today as well. Food waste shouldn't be socially accepted. Norms, we can change that. We know that by seeing, from the pandemic, we changed our norms from one day to another. How can we make food waste as urgent as that? And we also talked about having children as change makers and also influencing their parents. We have seen that in other areas, and I think that could be used in food waste as well. So that was what we were talking about.
Very interesting summary. I would have loved to listen in to all the three of you, and I couldn't, but that was really great to hear what you talked about. Can I maybe jump to you, Anne-Grete?
Yes.
Yeah?
Actually, we in Matvet, together with SAMS, we organized a breakout session on a very interesting topic called Joint Nordic Action. And what we based our breakout session on was actually a nice piece of 10 principles, which actually were generated out of a research project in Norway. And to mention just some topics within those principles, it's very much about more cooperation in the value chain, but more concrete. To be more concrete, it's about to be more open. We need to share more data. At least we need to share food waste data across the value chain. And when it comes to the consumer, we also, when I say we, represent the companies, actually we need to help the consumers. And from tracking surveys, we know that packaging sizes, date marking, additional labeling, best before, often good after, great initiative in Norway. We see that also in Sweden and Denmark. So we need to help consumer, and actually consumers say that we need help. And by doing so, we will help them to lower food waste at their households. And actually, we were pleased to hand our 10 principles, as I said, made out of research project, actually to the Nordic Council of Ministers, because what we think, we have been asking for more action from this morning up to now, and why should the principle just be for Norway? So this was our contribution. And what you mentioned here, that we need to change norms, and the principles, the nice thing with the principles is actually that the companies already stand behind the principles. We don't need more reports, research projects, etc. to point on the need. We need action. And actually the willingness is there, but as we heard from the companies where we discussed these topics with, they do not share data today, or they do not do it in a systematic way. Well, let's start to share more information, more data. Yeah, so this was our concrete contribution. We are on our way, but it's it's a long distance ahead of us. So we need to cooperate, and what we do in Norway, it should easily be shared with the rest of the Nordic countries.
That is perfect, and maybe now we've started that dialogue to hopefully get some more sharing going on. Thank you for this, and thank you for sharing. Angela, you were in charge of the donation panel from Febas. Would you like to just summarize a little bit?
Yes, of course. So it was very active breakout session. We skipped a bit the coffee break because they wanted to speak and to share. And so I didn't want to stop the dialogue. But so I want to thank very much all the participants. We started with the challenges. So for instance, the increased demand for food due to the cost of living crisis. And also, but at the same time, the fact that there is a lot of surplus food which is still available and it's not recovered today. Challenges in terms of logistics, both as food banks or food redistribution organizations, but also for the donors. Micro-logistics or macro-logistics, because it's completely different to manage a donation of 100 pallets from a small donation of a few kilos of food from a store. Challenges in terms of finances, because it's more expensive today to donate food and also to run a food redistribution organization than 1 year ago. So also finances are needed, and volunteers, people are needed to run this kind of activity. But at the same time, we also had some, let's say, solutions or some proposals which were good and positive. We also said that it's important to share knowledge and to share experience so that the food banks and food redistribution organization can explain what they do and what they can do, and at the same time also food business operators can share what they can do, what they can donate, so that there is a communication between the different players. it's important to clarify that there is a food hierarchy, so food waste prevention is the priority, and then but when there is surplus food, the priority should go to food redistribution for people in need. It was mentioned that it's about people and it's about relationships, so it's very important. The dialogue is very important and collaboration is key. And the last message that was mentioned, and I would like also to share with you all, is that food is meaningful, and that food is more than a meal, or is not just a meal. And especially for people in need, when they are receiving food or they are receiving a meal, this means that people are ready to say say yes to help. So it's really, food is an entry point for social inclusion, and at the same time is also a good opportunity and a solution for food business operators and also for our planet. So it's really a win-win-win possibility and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that work. Thank you. Thank you, the three of you, for summarizing these breakouts so well. We have 2 things left of this summit until we come to a close, and I am completely thrilled, I must say, to introduce the next speaker on Zoom. On stage, I was about to say, but he is not on stage, he is on Zoom. But Tom Quested from WRAP UK. Dr. Tom Quested, he is the lead analyst at WRAP and has spent most of his 13 years with WRAP researching the causes and effects of food waste. He is definitely a food waste expert, and he's also the co-author of UNEP's Food Waste Index report, which probably many of you in the room is familiar with. It's such an honor to have you with us, Tom, and I will leave this stage and let you give your quick keynote to the audience and also the people that are watching online. Take it away.
Can you hear me okay there? Is the audio coming through okay? I'll assume that it is going on okay. Many thanks also for that introduction. I feel humbled. I've been watching for some of today and would really like to have been with you in person. This is a topic that's very, very close to my heart, and I could talk about it. There are so many things that I've heard that I'd like to respond to talk further about, but I've been asked to keep it to 8 minutes, so I will do my very best to do that. This is not the first time WRAP has engaged with food waste in the Nordic countries. WRAP was part of the team that developed the food waste voluntary agreement in Denmark, 1/3, and in Sweden, SAMS. And these drew inspiration from the Keynote commitment, the UK's voluntary agreement in this space. Indeed, my colleagues were in Denmark back in 2018, receiving the P4G State-of-the-Art Partnership of the Year award from Danish royalty for this voluntary agreement. So I'll be touching on that in this. It's, as we've been hearing, it's an immensely broad and complex issue, and it's reflected in the stakeholders who are present today and the range of challenges that have been presented. You could see this, that it's not just one issue at all. It's a common symptom of many different problems. So I'm going to focus this discussion on some key questions around how can we take this forward? How can we have action on the scale that we need, the substantive impacts that we need to halve food waste by 2030? So food waste from businesses is often quite different from that from households, and we can separate out those two. For businesses, I think one of the key parts is around whether they have visibility of their food waste. So questions that they should be asking themselves: do we have a food waste target? Are we measuring and reporting our progress against this? Is this visible enough in the company? Is it getting the support from the highest level? And trying to work towards getting the answers to those questions all to be yes. Because if they are, if food waste is obvious in a business, then generally the financial imperative to minimize food waste can do much of the rest. No business wants to waste valuable food or ingredients in its operations. And for governments and organisations that work with businesses, the questions are we supporting businesses on this journey? Do regulations and legislations, the wide range of regulations and legislations that could impact on food waste, are they supporting those businesses on that journey? Do we have a framework, such as a voluntary agreement, that allows sharing of good practice, holding businesses to account, and evaluating the progress that is being made in a sector? And do these frameworks, do these agreements have the right level of resources and budget to be effective? They don't just happen, they need to be maintained, they need to work well. So if we could go to slide 2, please. I'm going to draw an example from the United Kingdom. And between the Courtauld commitment and a very closely related initiative called the Food Waste Reduction Roadmap. If we could just go back to the previous slide, please. That this has over 300 businesses in the food supply chain that have signed up to report and measure their food waste. So this represents over 90% of the grocery retail sector and around 20% of the manufacturing and processing sector and the hospitality and food service sector. And WRAP is working with these businesses to ensure that they all have a food waste target that is recognised at all levels within the organisation, including the chief executive level. And if we go to the slide with the map on that was just visible, the voluntary and negotiated agreements on food waste are being developed or are in operation in 17 countries around the world. For these to grow and have impact, they need to have an adequate level of budget and suitable resources. So if we get the above in place, it provides the right environment for minimisation of food waste. And furthermore, it can provide the data to help track progress and evaluate activities. Moving on to the next slide, and also moving on to household food waste, this makes up around half of European countries' food waste. These are estimates that are on the screen, and as we heard earlier from Matt, they can change quite dramatically overnight. So treat them with a little bit of caution. But generally, household is the biggest source of food waste in most high-income countries. And there's one really key question that needs to be answered here, and it's: can we reshape the environment around people's interaction with food to support using food rather than wasting it? And that breaks down into the sub-questions, but this is really the one that I think is crucial to answer. We do need people to be more aware of food waste and understand why it's important to minimise it, but we need so much more. Sociology and behavioural science agree that the context is crucially important. Food waste is the result of how we buy, store, prepare, consume, and dispose of food, as well as wider societal cues. And this question manifests itself differently for different stakeholders. So if we look at one of the most important, grocery retailers, one of the key questions that flows from this is: are we doing everything we can to help our customers buy appropriate amounts of food? Now, that's one where there could be a tension between trying to help customers buy the right amount so they waste less, and maximising sales. And that's a tension that needs resolving. For governments, the question becomes, can we influence how food is collected and other things where government can have influence, so to help people waste less? So there have been some studies that suggest that the introduction of food waste collection is a moment when people can realise how much they are wasting and take action to reduce it. Indeed, some countries have gone further. We might be able to take inspiration from South Korea, which has introduced a weight-based charge on food waste collections, which has led to substantive changes, not just to food waste, but how people interact with food. And if we could go to slide 5, please. This is an example that I'd like to highlight from changes made by UK supermarkets very recently. So this is them taking action to reduce household food waste. In February 2022, WRAP published a call for change supported by new evidence that suggested that food waste in the home could be reduced, in particular by selling fruit and vegetables loose, allowing people to buy the right amount, and removing best before dates from fruit and vegetables, because a significant minority of the population was erroneously using these dates as disposal dates. And through our voluntary agreement, the Courtauld Commitment, we encourage the adoption of these recommendations. And on the next slide, we can see that for best before dates, in the year that followed, that there was evidence of a tipping point being reached, that all the major supermarkets that had still been using best before dates on fruit and vegetable pledged to remove them from most products in the year that followed. So we've seen real substantive transformation on that one issue since the publication of that report. On the next slide, we'll see that selling more fruit and vegetables loose, so without packaging, has been more challenging. It will take more time, but again, through the mechanism of a voluntary agreement, it's allowed us to create a pathway, an agreed pathway with UK supermarkets for change to happen. And that was published just last month. Now, while these changes alone will not be sufficient to meet the scale of the challenge, they do show that substantive changes affecting the food waste of tens of millions of households are possible. In our work at WRAP, we're looking to create and utilise more of these transformative changes to achieve the ambitious goals around food waste prevention. It's going to take more robust and compelling evidence, difficult prioritisation, widespread cooperation, and a focus on understanding what works. Together, these should allow us to create the right environment for the change we need. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tom, so very much. I know that you now in your role are moving also a little bit more towards consumers, and you told me. What do you think, you mentioned in your presentation the environment, and you also showed some example. What do you think in people's households then? Do you think we can reshape people's environment in the households as well to lower food waste?
I think there's a real opportunity here. I think the development of smart kitchens, the use of more tech within kitchens, there's a real opportunity to help people manage food in their home much more effectively. And, things, people just searching for items, searching for recipes on Google, but you could imagine something much more integrated than that. So, for instance, fridges that know what's in them when things are going to be going off, that help find recipes that you like, that you've got the time to cook, that integrate with other things you've got in the cupboard. A lot of these things are already, but having it fully integrated, I think that there's a real opportunity. And the question is, are those smart kitchens of the future being assessed against food waste prevention as one of their metrics of success. So I think that there's a lot that could be done. That's an idea for people who are happy with the digital world and want to embrace that. There could be other changes that could occur in different ways in different households. There's not a one size fits all. But yeah, I think there's some really exciting possibilities.
Well, Dr. Tom Quested, thank you so much for joining us. We have been speaking all through the day that this is probably going to become an annual thing. I don't know if that's going to be the truth or not, but hopefully if that becomes reality, we will see you here in a physical person. You are very warm welcome regardless, and thank you so much for joining us today to summarize. And we are going to summarize now for the next 10 minutes with 2 people, and we need a couple of microphones. You are ready there. So I want to invite you up on stage, please. Annika Solström, Secretary General for the Swedish Food Agency, and Petter Haas Bruback, Director General for Food and Drink Norway, Mat och Drykke. Welcome. Please give them a hand. Thank you for joining us, and we've invited you here now as organizers or spokespeople with a lot of power in this sector to summarize a little bit the reflections that has been going on throughout the day. What is your takes on the dialogues that you've heard? Annika, you've been part for 2 days, more or less, and today. What is your takeaways from today? Does anyone want to go first?
I don't know whether we can do justice to all the very impressive, energetic, knowledgeable speakers who have been on the floor today, because we have, I will leave Stockholm with a sense of urgency. There is a lot of energy out there, and there is a lot of potential to be released.
Wow, that really is what we wanted, so thank you for that. Annika?
Yeah, it's been very inspiring 2 days, I must say, and we have also seen that there is a lot of things going on. I think a few years ago, when we started talking about food waste, we were mainly talking about why it was important to talk about food waste. But now there is a lot more discussion about what we can do, and we also see that there is a lot of things going on. But it's going too slow. So that's a take-home message for me, that it's really going too slow. A lot of things is happening, but it's going too slow. And I really take the thing that we need to concentrate more on food waste prevention rather than food waste reduction. I think that was a good comment that came out from one of the speakers. But there are so many good things happening, like new business models, new techniques, the importance of measurement and how you can measure, and also how you can use these measurements to take action. There were discussions about improved production methods, but also some talk about how we can improve the legislation, and that's something that me personally I will take to my agency, to talk more about how we can develop legislation and how we can interpret the legislation in a good way, to really help these changes that is happening in the companies.
Well, I love that you're both saying that you're actually taking something back already from the dialogues and the speakers and the insight that has come. What about this? Like now we've had this summit. It's been a jam-packed day with a lot of speakers. I think it's 40 plus speakers that has been on stage today, all. So how do we now move forward? You have spoken about what you would like to bring back to your country and organizations, but how can we take a more joint Nordic action after this conference? What do you think? How can we collaborate more, or maybe share insights and experiences, not just on this one summit,
hopefully, every year, but also in our ordinary work days.
I think the fact that we have got to know each other, that's a very good start, because when you know each other, it's easy to contact each other to say, how are you dealing with this? How are you interpreting this law? What are you doing? So we can really start to collaborate in a deeper way by meeting like this. So that's an important thing about this meeting. But then there is a lot of things going on now on the Nordic level from the Nordic Council of Ministers, not the least. Just how we can share good examples, how we can learn from each other, and we will also bring this up at the Nordic Ministers meeting on Iceland this summer. So there will be a follow-up of this meeting on the Nordic level.
That is very good to hear. Thank you for that, Annika. Peter?
Yes, I'm quite sure that will happen, and we, in our part of the sort of society, we work together with our Nordic colleagues, and we are perhaps more blunt than the government. We steal with pride. I mean, if another country do something well, we take their idea and put it into action in our own country. We learn from experiences, but I think also we heard today that the Nordic countries are very similar. We are in many ways the same marketplace, and though we are different countries, if you make regulations or practices very different from country to country, that will increase the complexity. And complexity is one of our enemies in order to reduce food waste, in my view.
I know that we have heard like throughout the day or also yesterday when we had the pre-meeting about Norway, and that you've worked really tightly together in reducing food waste. Can you share a little bit, like how just as inspiration, like how does that go about in everyday life? How do you work so closely?
Yeah, I'm very proud about the work we are doing, and Matvet has been on the stage. A lot of companies are engaged in this every day. But before I do that, I don't want you to leave with the impression that we are satisfied with where we are today, because we have a lot of more things to do as well. But this is a value chain issue, and that's what we have heard today. And unless the value chain work together on solving the problem, we will just shift the problem from part to part in the value chain. I will solve my problem, but I will create an even larger one for you. And this we know from so many value chains and issues we try to solve in different sectors. Unless we work together, we will not achieve anything. Secondly, I think that to release the potential in the companies, the voluntary agreement, which is the government targets, we are made accountable to reach those targets, but the companies are fairly free to find their way to do it. That's important. And I think we have heard today, we have heard startups talking about how they are challenging established business models. We heard recently a well-established large company talking about how they continuously improve. So I think when Jens Stoltenberg was Norwegian Prime Minister, he loved to tease the business community by saying that, that the marketplace is a bad master, but it is a very powerful servant. And I think the voluntary agreement in many ways put that into action. So, but make no mistake, we have a lot of more work to do.
In fact, you actually said to me, when I asked you prior to this conversation about definitions, and I said, it's already been mentioned on stage today that we measure differently, then you actually said, well, we can go on and on about discussions on definition, but that might prevent us from actually acting.
Yeah, it would be a pity if we reached the perfect definition, but then it was, alas, too late. So I mean, to quote another, during the dark days in World War II, Winston Churchill had small slips printed up, pink slips, which he glued onto memos, which were important, and sent them out. He glued them personally on, and it said "action this day." So I mean, the need for action is there, and I don't think you can do much wrong if you start reducing food waste where you can, regardless of the definition.
Annika, I wonder if you can also touch upon, we haven't spoken about it that much, but the increased food prices that are going on right now. How do you, from your from the agency point of view, how have you seen that changes the way that people act around food waste?
Yeah, we have done an investigation, the Swedish Food Agency, and we can see that affects how people handle food. So they are more careful about the food now. So that's the positive thing about the increased food prices. Maybe the only positive thing about it. But it can help to reduce the food waste, we think.
Petter?
Yeah, the same experience in Norway, but just want to share with you that the last thing I did before coming to Stockholm was to sign on a statement we gave to one of the standing committees in Stortinget, the Norwegian Parliament, about a private bill where the issues at hand is how to get more products into the retailers and how to lower prices, which is a legitimate political target given many households being in difficult positions financially, etc. But I think if we are to succeed, the political level would need to work more on the different conflicting goals being put up for businesses, because unless we do that, we will have a very powerful showstopper for achieving anything, actually.
Well, we're coming to an end. I would just like some final words. Like now these, I don't know, 200 odd people are going to go out to their businesses and to their houses and have work as normal tomorrow. Like, what would you like to send them away with? Some final words.
Just speed up the work you're doing. Do more of what you're doing.
Speed up the work.
Yeah, and this is not just a normal conference. This is a call for action, I think, and time is scarce, so action tomorrow.
Well, call for action. Thank you so much for those words, really. This is not a normal conference. This is a call for action. Isn't that amazing words to conclude with? I think we have started something big, a movement that will actually continue this journey and really spark a lot of actions. Thank you so much for concluding with these words. And of course, thank you everyone that has been following us today, all the speakers that have been on stage, all the, obviously, the online viewers that have been with us today, and also the audience. You've been so engaged and applauding and cheering and coming with questions. It really makes a difference. So thank you for that. We are going to conclude this now, and we're going to send out an email also again with the Menti code, so you have another day to add stuff that's come up in your head and examples or thoughts that you've thought about. Maybe you come up with some new innovations after hearing all these interesting speakers. So with that said, I, on behalf of the project team, would like to say a big thank you for this summit, which is now closing. We have an after mingle that is starting outside just after this conference. So we hope that as many of you as possible can join there. It's been great having you. It's been great meeting all the Nordic government officials working with this question and starting the dialogue for real. So thank you so much. And finally, I would like you once more again, just please rise for Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Victoria of Sweden to leave this conference. And with that said, thank you all so very much. You've been amazing.